checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker, so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast live from the Stiefel Studios here on 101 ESPN. We encourage everyone to get involved, whether it be on the Air Comfort Service text line. If you want to text in, that's 314-399-9646. You can comment all day long in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMISTL, and feel free to call in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug Vaughn in the building as always, but we have a vacationing Tim McKernan, a vacationing Martin Kilcoyne on his birthday, by the way. And so in their stead, Doug?
I don't really like that. You don't have to say in their stead.
We got Chairman Kurt to my left.
Okay.
Sliding up from his usual spot.
Hello, Kurt.
Hey, Doug.
And Cam Jansen back
there he is.
again.
Hello,
Cam
Cam.
Jansen.
What's up, baby?
Very welcome guest.
Happy St. Patty's Day, everybody.
Happy St. Patrick's
And I'm not
Day.
going to be
Go.
much good to you because I forgot to wear green.
Me too.
I think we all forgot to
Forgot
wear
all
green.
about it.
No green in this room.
Yeah, no.
It
I'm not
feels
really a
wrong.
green guy, you know.
Martin Kilcoyne and Tim McKernan out. Two proud Irishmen.
Irish, yeah.
And we sit here with no green on.
You guys got any Irish in you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Garner sounds Irish to me, is it?
I think I'm a mixture of a lot of European stuff.
Yeah, me too.
When I traced my family heritage, I traced it back about 12 generations to England. And the family owned a hotel called the Lions Hotel in Shrewsbury, England.
Oh, wow.
And my great times 12 grandfather gave up his stake of it because they put his wife on trial for being a witch.
See, that's a problem.
Tied a rock to her foot, dropped her in.
Yeah.
So he and his son hopped on a ship, headed over, landed in Virginia. And that's how we came across the pond.
And then he met another girl and probably got accused of being a witch, too.
That was his
But
thing.
in reality,
A
it
witch
was
king?
just mushrooms in their bread, wasn't it?
I don't
And
know.
they started hallucinating, and everybody's like, why are you guys so crazy? Well, it was really mushroom, the magic mushroom kind, that they put in their bread, and no one really knew.
Wow, you've done some deep diving on this.
I'm obsessed with all this stuff.
There had to be a lot of really horrible stories just like that to get people to move out of a civilized country, to get on an old boat. Maybe you'll get across the Atlantic, maybe you won't, and now you're going into wilderness.
The deep blue sea.
You had to really be running from something.
Yep. On those nasty ships full of rats that are, carrying who knows what.
Yeah.
Plague 2.0.
Yeah.
Weirdos on that ship. You don't know who's on there.
That's why we're so weird in this country.
No doubt.
It took weirdos to come here.
Yes.
I'd reckon the middle of that ocean probably gets a little choppy at times.
I would
too.
think.
The most horrific thing you can imagine.
And you're trusting the navigation of some guy who's probably 19 years old.
Who knows?
Yeah, but then eventually he'll say, land ho.
There she blows.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, this is what you're looking for. People
That's
already
brutal.
texted. And I'll give you some Irish, Doug. That's from Martin Sweater Vest. If I was there, I'd pinch you, Doug. That's from Tad from Tennessee.
Oh,
Yeah, what's that whole thing about? You got to pinch somebody if they're not wearing green or something?
That was always, like in elementary school, was like the thing.
Yeah.
It was that kids would get in trouble for pinching kids because they didn't wear green on St. Patrick's Day.
I forgot.
Yeah.
I got the Stiefel jacket on, though. I'll give you them a little
Looks
shout out.
smooth.
What's up?
Looks
Little
smooth.
skiing team Stiefel jacket.
gonna throw you a
Look at
li-
that bad boy. What's up? Look at that.
I'm going to throw you a lifeline here. Looking up under your hat. You got a little green on the underside of the bill of that hat.
Oh, yeah.
there is, yeah.
The classic
Oh, my,
sure
snapback
do.
green bill.
Okay,
Sure
don't
do.
pinch me then. Let's go.
There you go. Cam's on the
Ready
board.
to rock, baby. We were thinking about the best St. Patty's Day movies. I don't know if there's any in your head. I got one in mind.
What's
An
that?
unbelievable movie from 1993. Harrison Ford.
Oh, The Fugitive?
Yeah, wasn't that a
good.
St. Patty's Day movie?
Is the St. Patty's Day parade
Yeah,
going
we're
to
trying to
Green
find
River?
them.
Yeah. Oh, I love The Fugitive.
So good.
I love The
Anytime
Fugitive.
that's on, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen it.
Oh, it's really good.
I don't think I've seen
I
it.
think Tommy Lee Jones won an Oscar for that movie.
Fantastic.
Yeah, or at the very
Ageless.
least nominated. Yeah.
Ageless movie.
Harrison Ford, Doug, he plays he's a doctor who's framed. He's framed for the murder of his wife.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The one-armed man. Remember, everybody talks about that.
Yeah, I
Yes.
kind of know
Yep.
the big picture, but I don't remember seeing the movie itself. I couldn't be any sorrier.
Does anyone like corned beef and cabbage?
No,
That's from
yes.
Moises Salou.
Yes, I do. Kate and I are going to be eating a lot of that today.
Yeah.
Chilling out.
Nice.
I wish there was something good on to watch.
Yeah.
I wish there was like a day game of something important today. I guess the
should
World
be.
Series, or no, the
WBC?
Yeah.
Might be able to find a spring training game on.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Venezuela. Okay, that should be interesting.
I didn't watch it last night, but I see they beat Italy.
They did beat Italy, yeah. 4-2, I believe, the final in that game.
Yeah.
Are you into it?
No.
Why?
I don't know. It doesn't
Yeah,
seem like
I know.
the American players are all that into it.
Well, the coach wasn't a couple days,
right.
like a week ago.
Mark
What was
DeRosa.
that? Like, what was he doing on that?
I think it's both in part that the rules are very confusing on who advances and what, and I just misspoke. I think
Okay.
if you could have,
You give him a pass?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, like, that's the thing is, like, the WBC players for America, the only goal they have is to not get hurt. They just don't want to go get hurt.
See, that's a problem.
And their teams don't want them to go get hurt.
Not just America. Almost all these teams are made up of major leaguers.
And I don't even know if it's the players that don't want to get it's the GMs and front offices of the ball clubs they play for. You know, imagine spending how much they spend on Juan Soto if you're Steve Cohen and the Mets. And you're like, all right, like, be careful head first sliding into second because if you break your wrist, you know.
But isn't that the case with the Olympics, with hockey and Four Nations and now the World Cup coming up? I
would say on the case of, like, the Hockey Olympics, relative to baseball, they don't spend like what they do on baseball players. Like
that is very true.
You know,
that's why there's going to be a lockout.
Dodgers GM and you spend $70 million on Shohei Ohtani, that's, 75% of an NHL team's salary.
Yeah. I think the players worry about that a lot less than the team.
100, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think you go out and play a game thinking, I hope I don't get hurt.
No. I wouldn't think so, or else why are you doing it?
Yeah.
Right, but then why is it like... a ton of guys don't play in the home run derby because they don't, necessarily want to exert all that effort and do all that.
Or they just want a 4-day vacation somewhere.
Yeah, but they all play in the All-Star game. It's not like they're doing nothing.
Yeah, usually.
But even if they're paying them $70 million, you're paying a guy $15 in the NHL, like, they make more revenue, so it still balances itself out. Like, if you're a GM, you're like, I don't want McDavid getting hurt.
Yeah.
If you're, GM of Pittsburgh, Kyle Dubas, you're like, oh, Crosby, we're in the mix. Crosby gets laid out by Racco Gudas, and now he's hurt for a while. Like, that's a problem. So they're probably like, okay, just get back safe. I don't know.
It's a good name for a villain. Racco Gudas.
He is a villain.
Great name for a villain.
Love him. Yeah. If he was on this Blues team, oh, yeah, you would like him. And everybody would like him. Yeah, I agree. They're hard to find.
Too late for you to come back?
I got to dominate this Chaser event coming up here in a couple weeks.
Oh.
Thinking about that.
Could you still hang with him? Could you still skate with him?
No, God, I am so overweight. Oh. We skate with the alumni, and even Paul Stasny. Like, Paul Stasny comes into the alumni room, our multi-million-dollar locker room. He gets in the hot tub, he gets to the steamer, he comes out, he rolls out, he does his walking warm-ups, he does this, he drinks his protein shake, then he goes on the ice and skates with us. I'm coming in there, maybe drink a Bloody Mary in the morning. I don't know. Hanging out, watching Sports Center, whatever the case is, and I go out there, and you're trying to keep up with him, who he could still play if he wanted to, Paul Stasny. He could still play. He's still in the workout mode. I'm long past that. The year after I retired, I'm like, I'm still working out. Got to look good, blah, blah, blah. And then you're like, oh, God, I've been doing this my whole life. I'm so sick of going to this place and that, torturing your body.
You let yourself go.
I let myself go.
And you ballooned up over 300 pounds?
About 260.
Oh,
at my peak, I was 260 4 days ago, and then I skated 3 times last week, and now I'm back to 248.
Really? 12 pounds?
God. Yes. It's horrible.
Wow, that's why that equipment smells so bad. You're sweating it all out.
Yeah, they take care of it in the alumni room. But if you're carrying that equipment around, it's the most disgusting thing in the world.
Oh, it really is.
That and goalie gloves and soccer.
Ugh, nasty. And then you used to have to go to all these different rinks and bring your equipment and skate in Kirkwood. Then I got to go over there, and then I got to do this. Then you take your equipment home, and it's 110 degrees out, and like, where do I put it? Oh, I put it in my garage. So I lay out in my garage, and it stinks the whole neighborhood up, and not to mention little critters get in there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So then you take your bag, you zip it up, it's dried out, still smells.
What kind of critters?
You open it up, and I'm putting on my skates, and all of a sudden a brown recluse goes.
A brown recluse?
Oh. Yes. And you're like, that would have got me. That would have got me.
Yeah.
So when you have that much equipment, it's a pain in the butt to deal with. You know.
More people watch USA versus Canada than have ever watched an NHL game, so I doubt NHL GMs care too much. It's good for the sport, same with NBA and the Olympics.
Yeah,
it's from
that's
the
true
amateur
too.
proctologist.
That's
I think
true
there's something to that if the GMs believe that this will truly increase television viewership and or attendance at the gate, and I'm not positive they do.
Maybe in the short term.
Yeah.
Right.
Jack Hughes is everywhere.
Right.
And people are talking about him everywhere. People that don't know him, maybe the female audience is like, who's this guy? You know what I mean? I don't know. I do think it helps one way or the other. But don't, just because it's helping hockey in the long run, these GMs aren't looking at their team right now, which matters even more if they succeed. And they're like, don't get hurt.
Right.
This is good for hockey, and we have to do it. We got to just bite our tongue. but they don't want anybody getting hurt because that's the biggest problem.
That's their livelihood.
Yeah.
Right.
And the success of their team is more important to them than probably the success of the U.S. Olympic team.
For sure. But we did see in the NHL an increase in viewership in the first 2 weeks post-Olympics.
Really?
There's
good.
There's definite impact there, but then you have to weigh the impact of that versus the possibility of guys getting hurt.
And they did.
And it's only going to get worse as players get paid more.
Yeah.
As players get paid more, GMs are going to, like, Buddy was asking me the other day, it's like using it out. It's like if you have a $200 million painting that you paid for and you're very proud of it, and you hand it to a friend and say, hey, hold on to this for 2 weeks, and you just trust them to keep it safe and make sure it doesn't get damaged. Like, you're going to be really nervous that entire time. If it gets damaged, you're like, well, I'm never giving you to a friend ever again.
But what if he takes that and he has the opportunity to make it even more popular? But he might have to drop it.
Yeah, there's the risk.
Kind of like you don't think Jack Hughes pumped up the New Jersey Devils?
100%. 100%. That's the risk you take. That's the risk you take.
Or on the downside, you take that painting and you put it in storage because you don't want it to get hurt. That's what we're looking at with sports.
Right.
Oh, we're so worried about everybody getting hurt, we're going to stop playing sports as hard as we can.
Yeah.
Right. Or they go in storage for a year because they got hurt. Now I can't put them on display at my museum for 6 months.
Or somebody takes tomato paint and dumps it all over it as a protest.
Oh, yeah. Now you're throwing a real wrench into it. Now you're throwing a real wrench into it. This is the life of a museum curator. You know, that's what we are really at our cores. World Baseball Classic is way better than the stupid NBA Cup. No one was arguing one way or another.
Well, it's a whole lot better than spring training, that's for sure.
Central West End.
Sure.
That's a good
I'll watch
text.
the game tonight. Let's go, USA, baby.
Yeah, I think I'll watch a little tonight. For sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're championship, Venezuela.
Let's get another championship under our belt. We've had a lot lately.
Keep it running.
Let's go.
I can't stop watching Yellowstone. I got to take a night off from that.
Dang good.
It is.
It gets a little goofy at the end. Like there's too much going on, but it's pretty dang good.
Yeah, it is good.
Isn't it nice
A little violent.
It'd be cool to be a cowboy.
Oh, you think?
Kind of. Hardcore. But it'd be cool to own a ranch.
Maybe for a week, but to do that all the time, it'd wear you out.
God, it would wear you out. Even owning a ranch with a ton of money, you have to do a lot of things on your own.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You've been watching that DTF St. Louis on HBO?
Is that like swappy?
It's a little swappy so far.
Wasn't that the whole thing is about kind of doing that kind of site?
Down to fool around.
Down to fool around. That's it.
Yeah, that's
is it cool?
Radio edit.
I think that if it was DTF Houston, I wouldn't have the interest in it, but I guess the idea that it's in my hometown, even though it's a little far, somebody biked from Chesterfield to the downtown football dome in the first episode.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, and he started a lot of traffic too, and didn't get So in the series, they're like, can you see Maggie O'Brien?
No, they shot it in Georgia.
See, always in Georgia, just like the Ozarks.
Yeah,
they did they had a scene in Busch Stadium. But I saw no helmet nachos.
Yeah.
The crowd was full. So
everybody had their shirt on.
Yes.
Yeah. But there was some City Connect jerseys I saw.
Really?
So, yeah. So they.
It's not enough for me.
Yeah.
I need like St. Louis through and through. Like you got to film it here for me to get into it. Just like the Ozarks. I grew up down the Ozarks. I know exactly where everything is.
Yeah.
It wasn't the Ozarks.
No.
It didn't even look like it.
To me, it's always the trees. I can tell by like those trees are in Georgia, not in.
I can tell by the $500,000 boats that aren't there, right? And you're like, what do you do again, sir? You have a $500,000 boat. Oh, you have two of them. Oh, and $1 million dock and a $4 million home as your vacation home at the Lake of the Ozarks. Sir, what do you do? Just curious. We pick your
Importing,
brain.
exporting.
Nothing here.
Yeah, importing, exporting. Mm-hmm. You know.
There's a lot of money at the lake now, though. There's a lot of $1 million homes down there.
There's a lot of big-time wealthy farmers, construction workers that live in Iowa, that live in maybe around Kansas City, that all congregate down Arkansas, perhaps. They go up, and they stay at the Lake of the Ozarks.
A lot of second homes.
Yep.
Huge second homes.
You a Party Cove guy, or were you?
Yeah, my dad used to take us down there when we were young kids. And we'd go through the whole thing. So funny. Like, my mom would be like, Daddy, can't go underneath. You can't, I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm watching this scene, baby. But then when you get older, you kind of want to bounce around and then go find a cove. We'd always find this a cove in the middle of nowhere, maybe way out by Hahatonka, chill, cruise up, go up to the creek. You could slide down a little, like, rock slide into the cold water where a spring comes up. But then your boat gets stuck down there because the water level gets really low, so you got to watch it. So we used to do the party stuff, and then, you know, when you get a little, you just want to hide out, get a bunch of friends, tie up like 3 or 4 boats in a cove, no one's looking at you, and then you party all night.
And you strike me as kind of fearless. Were you the first one cliff jumping, diving off the bluffs?
I started getting weird about that when I started really getting in hockey because I didn't want to get hurt.
Yeah.
And that was the biggest scare. Like, I'm already doing enough on the ice where my shoulders getting ripped out and fighting everybody. Like, I can't get hurt. So, no, I stopped doing that. When I was young, I used to go to the offsets in Robertsville, which is the most horrific thing ever.
It's like a rock beach, isn't
where
it?
I had to save a guy's life. And it was, I swear to God, me and this other kid. It was just a quarry that somebody bought, and there was cliffs that you scaled up. All underage kids. They'd play the point there. You'd rent these little inner tubes. Some hillbilly owned it. And guys would go up and jump off these cliffs. And one guy fell down, and we couldn't get him up. And it's just a big-time drop-off. You go down there, try to get him. Boom, you have to drop him again. A couple other guys went down there, try to get him up, dropped him again. Then the third time we got him up, put him on there. He had to go to the hospital. And they saved him. And then a couple weeks later, my aunt was at Afton Ice Rink, and my cousin Derek was trying out for the Junior Blues, and a lady came up to her and said, "Hey, your son saved my son's life. He's out there right now, Jansen." And blah, blah, blah. And she's like, "No, that was my nephew who did that." And so he played hockey, and I don't know, big hillbilly boy. I don't know how I did it with this other guy. Huh. But they shut that place down, and they probably had a little bit of litigation going through there too.
Would you pull him out of the water or out of the
water?
Oh.
He slid. He fell off, hit his head, slid down.
And he was unconscious?
Unconscious.
Now, I don't know this one, but in the text line, the X in Espresso says, KG, have Cam tell the story about beating that adult's ass when he was a kid at the lake.
Oh, no. No, that sucked. Because, you know, I was young, and I was playing AAA hockey time. You're getting cocky. I'm hitting guys, whatever. I'm starting to go to, like, let's go, baby. Starting to get that craziness. And I remember being at the lake, and me and my buddy were hanging out. We stole my dad's beer. We're drinking it. He's down at the dock doing God knows what. And we're sitting up there, and we had Shooters 21 about a quarter mile down the road. That's where we had this little cabin right there. Our family owned it.
That's a bar?
Shooters 21 was gigantic in the 90s. The biggest bar, looking over everything. That's all where the women went, and crazy.
Juice is squirting everywhere.
Okay. Stop it. And so there's a huge line, and these guys are all going in. They're all jacked out of their minds. And I was like 14 probably, and I'm like, yeah, you're not getting laid. And the guys would start laughing off, and I'd say it again to somebody, and the guy goes, what? Would you say, punk kid? I go, what are you going to do? He comes over to me. I stand up. He picks me up, body slams me. Bam! Rips my shoulder out. I had to get shoulder surgery by Dr. Lehman. Actually.
Oh, how old was this guy who body slammed you?
41.
41.
Slammed me down.
You thought you could take him as a 14-year-old?
He picked me up like a rag doll and slammed me down. I hit my head, too, and I ripped my shoulder out. I had to get shoulder surgery right when I was dominating AAA, and it set me back because of that stupid mistake. Dr. Lehman hooked me up, though.
Your yapper got you in trouble.
Yep. My dad was not happy with me.
What did the coach have to say about this?
Nothing. At that point, there's nothing you can, AAA you can do. Cam got hurt. I remember one time we're in Canada, and one of our players were swinging on a swing set when we were 13. He fell off. Boom. Out for the whole tournament. Your dad just paid you to go up there. You don't get a refund. You're already paying for your hotel. And your kid is swinging on a swing set like a child, falls off, and now he's out for that whole tournament that you paid $1,000 for.
Fire me up, Cam. Ready to de-winterize in a couple weeks.
Let's
from
go.
The 636.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, de-winterize those boats, man. It's a good feeling. Unless you have that outboard, you don't need to do that. I'm a boat guy, Doug.
Are you?
Yeah.
We learned you're a river guy yesterday.
Yeah. Still a boat.
That's right, yeah.
You know, you just learn from them. Being on the water is the best thing in the world, in my opinion.
You're going to love this float trip.
I'll go, dude.
No chance.
And I'm going to Mizzou with you. You don't think I will?
No, I think, no. I have full faith that you would be involved in something like that. I don't want a TMA float trip going down.
I'm not going on a float trip either.
That is true.
Anti.
I'm out.
Don't make me sway.
I'm out.
I hear you. Okay, if you're not going, I'm not going.
Attaboy. I've never been a float trip kind of guy. I'm not against like camping. I wouldn't.
You can't hide from that. You can't hide from the sun on a float trip.
No, I can't. But I don't mind being out in the sun. I don't mind being out in the outdoors. I'm not like a recluse, but I just don't like the idea of having to be on that damn water all day.
No.
Sweating. I said it before, you bring a sandwich in a plastic bag, it's still going to it's always wet. My phone gets wet.
Yep.
I lose my wallet.
Them hillbilly boys creeping you out a little bit.
Deliverance action up in the woods.
You run up into a different group. They want to party. I don't know you. I don't want to know you.
They're staring at your girlfriend.
Yeah, God
You're
knows
like,
what.
oh, God.
It's either
50
raining.
of them.
It's either raining or it's 99 degrees
And
out.
then your reward for
Yeah.
a long day spent sunburnt is a 45-minute drive home.
How
or
about you have to go to the bathroom?
Yeah, you have a headache
a
so
problem.
bad your head's singing.
There's a lot.
It's just,
Yeah, we're not going. Okay, fine. We're not going.
Or the float trip at the end, you have to camp and do it all over again the next day. Instead of sleeping in your warm bed, you get to sleep on the ground.
only-
Twice the fun, Doug.
The only time I would do
horrible.
that is if I know guys, man, that know how to survive outdoors.
Yeah.
And they're fun to be around because you learn. You learn a ton from either ex-military or military guys or guys that run the conservation department down in southern Missouri. If you team up with those guys and you go on a cool 4-guy float trip where everybody knows what they're doing, you know how to cook, you know how to make a fire, you could survive the elements, that's cool. You feel it then. That trip on the Who's All, with all that, you're not getting a euphoric high from that. No. But if you're survival with guys that you know will take care of you, things go down, that's a cool thing.
Yeah. I've gone whitewater rafting before, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's cool.
That I'm into. That I would do.
I
But
feel
that's
like
45 minutes to an hour.
I feel like my ancestors worked very hard for the last, 15,000 years to figure out how to live indoors in a bed.
It would feel
with a
disrespectful.
refrigerator and a
feels disrespectful not to oblige.
But
They work for this.
But there is something about being outdoors that naturally makes you feel alive, in my opinion. And sometimes you don't realize that until you do something outdoors. You're like, I feel good.
Yeah.
Whether it's golf, whether it's anything. Like when you're hunkered down in Missouri because it's raining for 2 weeks or it's nasty, you just can't do anything. And then finally it's nice out. When you go outside and you actually do something productive, you feel better. It's just that simple.
You ever go outside and have badger trouble?
Badger?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
No.
What about Wolverine?
Wolverines aren't around.
Sasquatch?
No, we have a mountain lion out by me. We have coyotes that howl, and it's the most horrific thing.
Yeah.
I'll get up in the morning at 4 o'clock, and I hear them. Then I open the door out to my deck. They stop.
Ooh.
Then I go back in, shut the door. Crackling, scary, like hyenas.
Yeah.
Really weird. Then you see them all over the place. You see them creeping. You can see their eyes. I got my 2 little puppy dogs.
Yeah,
probably
they're going after dogs.
They're like,
right?
come here.
Yeah.
Hi, Cam. Willow and Luna. We want to play with them.
Yeah, right.
But
Not
they-
this time.
I'd
Gotta
be
wake
more
up
worried
pretty
about
early
the-
to fool me.
I'd be more worried about the mountain lion because you can't hear them.
They're always
He might be
watching
right around the
you.
bush.
They're watching you.
And if
I
you
know.
see those eyes, you don't see a body, you see those eyes glowing in the dark.
That
There you
thing,
go. There's one right there.
That thing will grab you by the neck and drag you up a tree 40 feet.
Yeah.
I think I can take a mountain lion.
They're probably killing the
They are
coyotes,
so
too.
strong. Oh, yeah.
I've
But
seen,
I got hit by a Mercedes out there.
I've seen a couple coyotes
Oh,
in,
that country justice.
Yeah.
in South City, like that River de Pear, like Greenway area. Same place twice. I've seen them. They're
Coyotes, they're
Yeah.
nasty looking. Scraggly.
The most
yeah.
dangerous animal in Missouri is the untamed Hoosier. That's from the amateur
Probably so.
proctologist.
So true.
He'll take more lives.
A Who's Off float trip, the only place you could stop your raft and interfere with some local river rats having simultaneous vow renewal and GED graduation ceremonies. It's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
There's some good people out there, but there's some, when they get that whiskey drunk, ooh, man, oh man, had some nightmares out there doing that.
A lot of woodsmen.
Yeah, yep. Good old country boys in the middle of Missouri that have nothing to do.
There's something charming about a morning camping or float trip breakfast cooked
Yeah.
over the open flame.
Dude,
It sounds great sitting here, but if you're there
Oh, it's
Yeah.
nice.
and you're tired and it's kind of either cold or hot or it's raining, no thanks.
There's just a little morning dew on the grass, Doug.
Yeah.
Breakfast at Denny's sounds pretty good, too.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You keep your pan coins to yourself.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, man. I like that, dude. I've done it so many times, like when I was a kid with my parents and stuff. It's enjoyable.
If I had one of those big rock star, campers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are awesome.
That'd be different. That's
Go
a
to
different
Byerly
story.
and rent one of those bad boys, and then
Well, don't tell me what to
I
do.
married
Okay.
that redhead.
it's out by Eureka.
You want to be outdoors? Go to the dang beach. Float trips are for Hoosier. It's from Sharon Clayton, and she sent in a very nice picture of what seems to be Sanibel, Florida.
She knows what's
with
up.
the big palm trees. She was mad.
She
I
got
was
rocked
she
by
was, yeah. Oh, the
hurricane.
Sanibel thing was brutal.
Yeah.
She was mad at me because I didn't read more of her text yesterday.
We didn't read too many texts. We got it in front of us now, Sharon.
We
It's
had,
all good.
we had a lot to do yesterday. Polos Plus Dossier today features the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, where we now have a two-way tie at the top of the leaderboard with Chet's neighbor running the pack and Poor Film Student, both with 2 wins apiece. Toby, Average Size Shubangas, Heiser House Hooligan, Shooter McGavin, Buckswope, Blazin' Bill, Tom Hershey's Pool all have a win apiece. You can send in your email because we got a Schaefer Door Company garage door on the line for the end of the month, the emailer of the month. And only 2 wins right now is setting the pace. So send in your emails the morning after at Inside STL. That's all brought to us by Design Air Heating and Cooling. We are in our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour, and people are texting in like crazy. We're talking a little bit of float trips. We'll be talking about some NCAA tournament with Missouri, SLU, and Illinois all being in the tournament for the first time since when, Cam?
13.
That a boy. 2013 was the
Not
last
bad,
time.
Dad.
2013 was the
Hang out
last
with Matt
time.
Rocchio a little too much.
That's right. He'll run right off
What's
on
up,
you.
Rock?
That's exactly right. 2013 was the last time all 3 teams were in this tournament. So it's exciting. And then we got Missouri playing in St. Louis, which continues to frustrate and confuse the national media. We'll have some audio on that from the Miami coach, Jai Lucas, and his thoughts on this situation. But it's not unprecedented, nor is Missouri playing their first game closest to their campus. There's another school that plays close. Cal Baptist is playing in San Diego, and they're technically closer. I don't hear anybody complain about Cal Baptist, the 13th
not
seed.
one
I don't hear any
tweet.
complaints about that. It's all about Missouri.
I'm looking online for tickets now for Mizzou. The cheapest, $221.
Yeah, that's
Upper
about-
deck in the
dang.
corner.
That's what's going to keep
You've
get
got
you.
one ticket?
One ticket for 2 games, in fairness.
Who cares about it?
Thank
Purdue
you.
will destroy whoever the hell.
I will not sit here and listen to you besmirch Queens like that.
They will
Yeah, I agree
destroy
with you on
Queens.
that. Yeah,
What if
stop
Queens
some
wins?
smirching.
Purdue has lost to a 16 seed before.
Yeah, they have.
You forget Fairleigh Dickinson, and I won't stand here for that.
And that's probably the reminder that
Fairly
they need
Dickinson.
to win this game by 50.
Yeah, that's when they had Zach Edey, the absolute monster.
Yeah, I remember him.
There's tickets going for $1,000 down, but
Sure.
center
Pony up.
court 10 rows up,
Pony up. Open those
$1,000.
purse strings.
$1,000.
You worked in local TV, what, 75 years? You don't
Something
have a
like
little
that,
bit of
yeah.
cheddar for that? Come
Well,
on.
that would
Since
probably
TVs came out.
that'd be about the end of the cheddar. Go to one game.
Doug started doing TV news before telly. He was just standing.
Before television.
He was doing radio.
Yeah,
And then,
he was just standing on a giant rock telling people about.
We did it. We did the news in smoke signals.
You think anybody will go to that first game of the session and then like find a little nook and be
What do you
there
mean,
all
nook?
day?
Oh, like hide?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't
So what-
encourage such behavior.
yeah.
Well, I'm not encouraging
They
it,
may
but
empty the building.
that's why you find a nook.
What do you mean, like hide in the bathroom?
Stand on the toilet, crawl into a ceiling.
guess you
Yeah.
probably could.
Yeah.
Right?
There's some. Yeah.
If you
could
like
find
ball
a little,
enough, you'll find a way.
You'll find a way.
So you're saying, as a Mizzou fan, you buy the cheaper ticket for the early session, hang out in the bathroom between the sessions, and
Yes.
then you're in the Mizzou game
Bathroom.
without a seat.
Yeah,
But you're in.
You may have to kind of go rogue and wander around a little bit, but if you want it bad enough.
It's like I had to go to the bathroom. And sometimes it takes me an hour and a half.
If you play dumb, I think, I thought the ticket was for the whole
Me
set.
too.
Yeah, I thought it was all day.
My bad.
Yeah.
I think it'd be okay.
That's forgiveness, not permission,
Yeah.
Doug.
Not sure how this works, but when you buy a ticket for the Missouri game, you get access to all the games, for the day. That's from the 386. I don't know where that is. We were just talking about that. No, there's 2 sessions. Session 1 is during the day. Session 2 is the night game. That's Purdue versus Queens of North Carolina, and then Missouri and...
The early one is Santa Clara and Kentucky.
Yeah, I got Santa Clara in that matchup, by the way.
You're kidding.
Coin?
No, give me Santa Clara. All day.
You throwing coin down on that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it in your eyes.
Mark-ass Buster.
I love like talking to people that gamble a lot too. There's a bunch of my buddies that do it, and I could always tell if you had a good night or a bad night just by looking at you.
There's another game that I'm going to be putting heavy action on.
Even that early
Northern
session.
Iowa Panthers taking on
Just tell me
St.
what
John's.
you're doing so I can pay attention to
All
it,
right.
so I know where
All
you're
right.
at in the
I'll
morning.
let you know once I finalize my decision.
Yes.
The cheapest ticket for the early session is $120.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good gosh.
Not as
It's
much
March,
local.
Doug. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Well, usually, if Missouri wasn't here, those seats would be a lot less.
Yeah, the prices
Usually you can
shot
get
up.
in. You can get in for really reasonable because most of these teams travel halfway across the country and their fan base doesn't travel, and the local fans don't care that much.
Yeah, ticket prices shot up as soon as it was announced that Missouri was going to be playing in the 10 seed. So
let's go.
To be expected.
I wish they were playing tonight, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we got some first four action tonight, Doug. I know you're wondering about who we got going tonight.
I sure was.
UMBC and Howard.
Yes, and people made fun of
that one.
People made fun of Dennis Gates' scheduling, but the first game of Missouri's season this year was at Howard, and that's a W. That's a tournament team. Check.
Okay. UMBC's who beat Virginia.
That's right. University of Maryland,
I didn't realize
Baltimore
this.
County.
I saw it.
They beat Virginia
by like 20 when Virginia was
2018 when UVA was a 1 seed. UVA then returned to the tournament next season and won the whole damn
So
thing.
why are they playing tonight? Excuse my ignorance.
First four. So there's a couple of 16 seeds and a couple of 11 seeds that have to, what they used to be called the play-in games, but now the field has been expanded to 68. So these teams are NCAA tournament teams, but they have to play for the right. So UMBC and Howard play for the right to get their ass beat by Michigan by 25 points.
And
Or not.
And the 16 seeds are playing each other, and the 11 seeds are playing each other. Does that make any sense?
There is a contingent of people around college basketball that question why the 11 seeds have to play each other.
Really?
I think it's kind of to expand the field of the Power 5 teams because Texas and NC State, both Power 5 teams, or Power 4, depending on how you look at it.
I'm okay with him being there, but why isn't an 11 playing a 16?
What do you mean?
The 16 seeds are playing each other.
I know, for the right to play the 1 seed. If the 11 and the 16 seed played, then where would they go next? That's kind of the question. Because then the 1 seed has to play an 11 seed? That wouldn't be square.
All right, okay.
Texas, NC State tonight will be a good ball game, Cam, 8:15 p.m.
All right. You got Coin.
That's on True TV. Do you get True TV?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, do you?
Yes, I do.
The NCAA March Madness app is really good at like centralizing all the games so that you can just click go and
it gives you a remote control a workout.
Yeah.
You find stations you never watch.
If you have cable, for sure, but this NCAA March Madness app kind of centralizes it all. So as long as you have like a cable subscription, you can get in all these games with like a click. It's like the Masters app where it's like, can't wait to get this back on my phone.
We Too Low says we have Cougars at Brio. Oh, I don't know. We Too Low? Is that from the San Francisco flight that crashed?
I don't know
where.
where.
And then the prankster came in and acted like it was a...
Oh, I remember that.
Remember that?
Too soon.
Oh, man. Yeah, that wasn't funny.
No, somebody crashed at Spirit this morning.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And died.
Yeah.
Was it like a little one-seater? 3 o'clock in the morning?
Small plane,
Yeah. Down in Chesterfield.
Yeah, those are dangerous planes. Like, a lot of inexperienced
jumpers.
pilots. Yeah.
You ever been in one of those?
I have, yeah.
Oh, they're brutal. Sorry.
Doug, it was cold out this morning. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was colder this morning, I felt, than yesterday, for sure. I think by definition it was. But it's going to warm up tomorrow. It's going to very much warm up Thursday. And by Saturday, we're going to have a high of 82. You know what that means?
What?
You got to make sure your HVAC system is working right. And if you're having any issues with that, who would you recommend calling?
I would call Design Air. That's what I've done in the past. That's what Tim has done, and Martin. I think all of us have used Design Air at some point.
That's right.
Even if your furnace or air conditioner don't go down, you should still call them for regular maintenance, and then the chance of them having a problem when it gets really cold or really hot is lessened. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name. It's been around a lot longer than all of us. That is Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been proudly serving the area since 1904. Can you imagine that?
Man.
A business around in St. Louis
World's
since
Fair.
1904. More than a century of keeping homes and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company, also the longest running sponsor on TMA. And we appreciate the loyalty from Seth Goldkamp and his family. He's a 4th generation family member running the company at Design Air. They believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman. Maybe you'll get Larry the Silver Fox. I don't know. The Rugged Joe. Sometimes he brings Joey. You just don't. It's kind of hit or miss. Yeah. Design Air brings the heat.
Bang. They sure do. All right, continue to text in. We're going to take a break here on TMA. We'll have more of the healthcare evolution, 7 o'clock hour on the other side of the break. You are listening to TMA live from the Stiefel Studios, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Great spot for lunch, happy hour on the weekends, weekdays, weeknights. You already know about Village Bar. Best cheeseburgers in town, reasonably priced, waffle fries, and the home to 1879 Distilling, which is making these award-winning spirits right in back. That cool barn. When you park in back at the Village Bar, you've seen that beautiful barn for years. That is the home to 1879 Distilling. Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye, Bourbon. They've got all these different choices. You can read more online about it. An homage to the German heritage back in the 1800s when they had these distilleries down on the water, on the riverfront. But the main point is great tasting spirits, all of it, one spot at the Village Bar. So the next time you're up there, ask for it by name or around town at a restaurant, country club, tell them you want them to serve you some 1879. Get online, read that whole story. Village Bar, 1879. What a great combination.
Dropkick Murphys, Doug.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
What movies that remind you of?
Departed.
Of course. Stupid question.
Nah.
Actually, The Departed had a great soundtrack.
Well, one of the best. Martin Scorsese never misses
It's
when it comes to
unbelievable.
soundtracks.
How about like Comfortably Numb, sung
Yeah.
by, I don't know who that was.
That's Pink Floyd.
Yeah, but it was sung by somebody else.
You sure?
Yes.
Are you sure you're not thinking of My Way in Goodfellas, which is sung by Sid Vicious instead of the Frank Sinatra
No.
version?
Listen to Comfortably Numb from Pink Floyd and Roger Waters and
Yeah.
Oh Boy, and then listen to that version of it, somebody different,
Okay. That plays
which
when
actually played pretty good.
yeah, when Leo DiCaprio is intertwined with Vera Farmiga. Ooh la la.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh la la.
That was a weird relationship. The Matt Damon relationship with her was, God, uncomfortable.
Well, Matt Damon often plays a cuckold in the movies.
Man, oh man. You like him?
Matt Damon, one of my all-time favorites.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think he's tremendous. But he just sometimes plays a cuckold.
Was he a cuck in The Talented Mr. Ripley?
Yes, like a professional cuck. Like that was like his whole
It's a
vibe.
weird movie.
Really weird. But he also does a little cucking in that movie.
You know who's good in that movie? Philip Seymour Hoffman.
He's good in everything he's ever
Every
done.
damn thing
Yeah.
he's in.
Yeah.
Shame.
Rest in peace, the
Heroin,
legend.
man, will get you.
His son's very good, Cooper Hoffman. Did you see The Long Walk last year?
No.
Doug, you saw that, didn't you? The Long Walk, the Stephen King adaptation.
I know.
Oh, really? Stephen King?
I saw the previews of it.
Okay.
Did you hear the Movie Boy episode about it?
No.
That's where I did the long walk while walking
Oh,
around my
that's right.
neighborhood.
Is it scary?
No.
Okay, it's like The Stand or something.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting premise, I would
And
say.
the premise is if you can't keep walking, they shoot you.
Correct.
What a great premise.
See that? Was this an old
very
book where
sophisticated.
King was
Yeah, it's an
snorting
old
yak,
book. Who knows? what
Snorting
happened?
yak.
hidden away in his main home for hours and days?
Who knows? I always like stories of authors who are just absolute drunk, like Ernest Hemingway is so drunk, but like when they get hammered, they just start writing.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And musicians.
Yeah, it seems like a tortured existence, but sometimes makes for some good art. Roger Waters and Van Morrison sang that. That's from the 913.
So Van Morrison did?
Van Morrison sang Comfortably Numb and Departed. That's from
Yeah,
Morrison
there you
Woods Wacko.
Okay.
There you go.
Also an Irish guy.
Really good.
Irish kid. Any guesses on how many people live in Ireland? Population Ireland.
8 million.
I'll go over that. I'll say 40 million.
Kurt, any guesses?
I wasn't going to go that high, but now I'm questioning myself.
Yeah,
I
me
guess
too.
I'll split the difference and say 21 million.
Wikipedia says 7.1 million.
Told you.
Really?
That's like the
tiny,
size
dude.
of the Chicago area, right?
Yeah, I was gonna.
It's not big.
I always go off. You know, we have what 330 million in America, and so then I take it down from there.
How many people do you think are all in all of South America?
All in South America,
Yes, every part of South America. How many people do you think there are?
500 million.
Close.
Really?
It was a good guess.
Yeah.
400, I think.
400.
Oh.
Really, that's all.
Well, Brazil has a lot.
Yeah. Amazon takes up a lot of room, and
The
there's not
Amazon
many
takes
people
up
there.
a lot of room. There's a lot of things in the Amazon I would think that we don't know about. You know what I mean?
Really
Haven't
huge
found-
snakes. Really huge snakes.
Have you been?
Anacondas.
Have you been to South America?
No. Nah.
Peru to go to Machu Picchu.
I would do
That's
that.
on my list. That's
Or the
number
Galapagos.
2. The Galapagos?
Yeah.
Where's
see
that?
See the penguins? It's right
I
outside.
thought it was
of-
turtles.
I thought there was penguins in the Galapagos.
They always talk about the animals in the Galapagos Islands, and I'm just like, I kind of look at them, and they're not that interesting to me.
Well, that's where Darwin went,
yeah.
to the Galapagos.
Yeah.
Where is it off Peru? I think it's in Peru.
Blue-footed boobies, finches, sea lions,
What's
and
your
penguins.
language?
You know, like, I don't care about that. I want to see Komodo dragons in Indonesia.
I guess the Galapagos is in Ecuador. Archipelago.
Yeah. Beautiful.
I think they got those Komodo dragons too.
I don't think so. I think that's only in Indonesia.
Really? When did you? Who am I sitting here with?
What do you mean?
When did you become a nature
I don't have
expert?
kids. Do you get that? I don't have kids.
So you go home and just
I
like
go home
nature
and Kate and
documentary.
I chill all day long. I mean,
That's why you're playing golf.
as we go, we chill, we eat food. I don't know.
When are you gonna play golf this weekend with the nice weather?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Probably
then-
get some good tee times with the tournament going on. People
Yeah.
will want to be inside and watching.
Nah, they're gonna want to golf.
Yeah.
for sure. But but having 2 courses is nice, man.
Yeah.
Pick and choose what you want to do. Find a little
And they're both great courses, too, aren't they?
awesome. They just watching these guys work at 4 o'clock in the morning when it's 10 degrees outside.
Oh, yeah.
They work so hard.
You really appreciate those guys.
They
too.
work so hard on this course. I got to give them a shout out.
Man,
Hardcore work.
man, I love you guys, but you are morons. That's from Ray King.
Well,
What
that
were
could be.
we wrong about?
I'm sure there was something about South America we missed on there.
Sometimes
I don't know.
just-
Fact check us. Is there
Sometimes
not
I-
400 million? Look it up.
I looked it up, 450.
Yeah, okay. Close
That's
enough.
pretty
Yeah.
good. Sometimes I just want to move to Bolivia and open an alpaca farm.
Yeah, and just spend your days.
Because they seem
Bolivia?
they seem very cute.
Yeah,
Alpacas.
you get to have that staff for when you're rounding them up. Yeah.
As a shepherd.
So if
I
you
just
had a
want to be
ton
a
of money,
shepherd.
Yeah.
that's where you would go? You would leave U.S. and live in Bolivia?
Oh, hell no.
No way.
If he doesn't want to go on a float trip, he's not looking to live in Bolivia.
Cam, you and I have been kind of making some plans over the last 2 days. We
Yeah.
got the float trip,
Yeah.
Mizzou game. This July or some July, I want to go to Spain and run with the Bulls. Would you do that?
Jim Campbell did it the other month.
Really?
I always say the
Soupy?
other day. It's months ago. Soupy did it, and he showed me a video, and I'm like, oh my God. He turned away and found a little crevice to hide from this bull, and he's filming himself the whole time. It's incredible. I don't know. I don't like that. I'll go to Spain. There's they got one of the nicest restaurants ever, the steakhouse in the middle of nowhere. That Spain is so beautiful. It's unbelievable. But running with the bulls, like, I kind of feel bad for the bulls.
Well,
I'm a
when they-
weirdo animal guy.
Well, when they run them through the streets of Pamplona, and then the final destination is the stadium where they do the matador and the bullfight. And
That's cool, though.
Typically, the bull meets a unfortunate demise, but
I know. I don't know. Sometimes I root for the bull.
Yeah, it's
And,
kind of cruel.
Like, what are you doing? You're torturing this thing. It's like, where am I? Where am I at? Where am I at?
Yeah, that's how I feel about bull riding. That's always. It seems like these are such angry animals that you're keeping in like this. But what do I know?
That's not torturing them, though.
No, I don't know.
It's not like spearing him in the neck with
Certainly
a
not.
sword.
Yeah, the bull riders are pretty tough, man.
They're super tough. What's
Now
it,
they
8
wear
seconds?
a hockey cage now. They used to not do that.
I would wear. There is no limit to the amount of
Full
padding
body
I would-
armor?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I look like the Michelin Man.
do they
after.
make good money?
I can't imagine.
way.
I mean, I'm sure it's fine. I don't know. I
don't
would.
know.
I guess if you're really good at it, you probably make decent money.
It's got to be on there for 8 seconds, right?
But I don't think like the guys grinding out the mini circuits.
he's not living in Bolivia.
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 I don't know.
with alpacas.
I don't know what the real estate cost is there.
There is a full tour. You see it on TV.
Yeah,
It comes to
PBR.
St. Louis, yeah.
Yeah.
I bet the top guys there probably do all right.
Yeah, I bet they do well.
I went to one of those in Denver a couple of years ago. It was people watching there was
I bet.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I can imagine.
I'd like to, and this is actually probably one of the most difficult sports to get into is car racing. You have to have, a lot of money.
Yeah.
Your daddy has to know somebody. You have to have a vehicle.
Your boy Chuck Marlowe's real into it.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Killing it
He's
with
killing it.
Yeah.
But like you ask him, and I talked to him the other day. It's like it's a very difficult thing you can't just go race car driving.
Yeah.
You can't just get into it. You have to have a sponsor. You have to all this money in the vehicle, and you're tearing it up, and you got to get new things, and you got to keep it up to speed, and this, that, and the other. Like it's really difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Like you talk about fancy sports, hockey's getting there. I mean, it's already there. Like there's a lot more fancy kids. They have money. It's easier for them. It's so true.
And those are the kids you used to beat the pulp out
You
of.
used to pound them.
Hockey's really a sport for the upper middle class, I'd say.
Now it is.
Yeah. I mean, you got to get new pads at least once every 2 years.
Traveling
right?
and ice time. Like, soccer, you can go play soccer right here. Like, if you really want to skate, it costs you money because it costs the building money to refrigerate that ice for you to rent out. So everything's expensive.
Yeah.
But even soccer now, to get on a club team, that's several $1,000s a year.
I know. Like
Because they feel like
It's
they
a
always have
ball.
to travel.
it's a ball on a field.
You got to pay a coach. It's become a cottage industry.
Oh, yes. Everything.
Yeah.
That's why having 3 kids and, grinding it like that and your kids want to play sports, how do you say no to that?
Right.
As a dad.
Right.
Imagine if I had kids, I'm struggling. And like my dad was struggling. And he's like, no, we're doing this. I am taking you to Michigan. No, I believe in you. What if I just said no? Like I don't know.
I'll have more on that for you, Cam, because I got a nice piece of audio from Spit and Chicklets podcast that I'll play
My
for
boys
you
right there, baby.
in the next hour during our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. You're listening to TMA right now in our Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour, and I got a piece of audio here. I got the head coach of Miami, Jai Lucas, talking about playing Missouri in St. Louis and what he thinks about that. Here's the Miami head coach.
How are you handling the fact that you have to play Missouri in St. Louis?
Exactly like you said, they could have put us on the moon. We're still going to show up, lace up, and do what we do. For us, it really didn't matter. We've won 8 road games. We've been in big environments. This is a road game. It's no different, and we'll go business as usual.
That's what you have to tell your team.
Yeah.
You can't tell your team, this is unfair. We're going to, because it puts it in their head that you're already starting making excuses and everything.
No, suck it up. Let's go.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's just like, not to get off, but Craig Brody did the same thing in, I think, Game 6 or Game 5 against the San Jose Sharks when it was the hand pass. Yeah. And everybody's losing their mind. Bennington and Shin are banging their sticks and breaking it. And I'm like, how is Brody going to play this? And he's like, no, I don't know. It's all good. We got to deal with it.
Yeah.
And then everybody on that team's like, yes, we have to deal with it. I hate when coaches.
If you're the Miami coach and you tell your team anything, you tell them the last time Mizzou played in that building, they lost by 43 points.
Yeah.
Correct.
Let's go.
That's what kind of home court advantage they have.
Yeah. Well, it would be, but it was essentially half and half Illinois fans. It wasn't like
But that's how they performed in that building.
For sure. And I think it's poetic that Missouri gets their chance of redemption in that very same building. Make up for it.
How much better right now is Illinois than Mizzou?
Considerably.
Like what?
I mean,
8 points, 10 points.
Well, you said 10 points
on the spread. I would say, it'd be in the 10.5 to 11.5 range. Yeah.
But Illinois is beatable. I mean, they've blown some big leads.
Yeah, they haven't played their best basketball as of late, but I think that they're just so loaded talent-wise, and I think Brad Underwood's such an outstanding basketball coach that they'll figure it out. Now they're playing Fran McCaffrey and then Penn, and you may scoff at what Penn can do, but Fran McCaffrey is a damn good basketball coach. And they got a player from Iowa who transferred with him last year Fran McCaffrey's a Penn alumnus, and they can play a little bit, but I think Illinois will handle them easily. I think Illinois is destined to make a run.
If you're building a college team right now, Jackson,
yes,
you're building it. Which coach would you prefer coaching your team? Gates, Schertz,
or Underwood? Probably Underwood. Yeah, Underwood has proven to be both like the best in-game coach and recruiting-wise has done an outstanding job there. Now, Dennis Gates has put together a real nice recruiting class next year, so I'm curious how that looks. But I have some questions a little bit about development. I think you've seen some great steps from guys like T.O. Barrett, Trent Pierce, or have you seen some regression like guys like Ant Robinson? Not maybe as much as you like to see out of other guys. So I'm curious on that. I think the jury's still out in a lot of ways, but Schertz has a damn good claim too. I think if you're a college basketball fan in the St. Louis area, you're surrounded by 3 really good coaches with programs going in the right direction. Certainly in the case of SLU, certainly in the case of Illinois, and I think Missouri is in the same boat.
I think I'd take Schertz. I think he's done more with less than the other guys.
Okay.
He's put 2 programs on the map, really, that kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure the other 2 guys could do that. Maybe they could. Maybe they did at some point. And that's why they got the jobs where they're at.
Dennis Gates at Cleveland State really they were like the worst team in the Horizon League, and then he turned them around quite quickly, and that's how he got the Missouri job when he did, because he's still relatively young. In his early 40s.
Yeah. Somebody chimes in, Mayor of Burkesville says, ask Illinois fans about Underwood. We are not happy at all. His team's never played defense.
Yeah, I think if you ask any fan base, especially at this point in the season when they've been embedded with their team for so long and the ups and downs that any college basketball season is going to have, they're probably going to be more critical than someone looking from the outside. It's like the same thing with Cardinal fans. When you look at like the last 15 years, like Cardinal fans at the end of that 15 years be like so frustrated. But if you're a fan of the Baltimore Orioles or the Chicago White Sox, you're like, Pirates, what are you possibly complaining about? So I think it's different depending on your perspective on it and who you're a fan of.
Hey, Papers, do you think Akron can make a run with JT Toppin? Toppin out, and then the guy from Alabama getting arrested. What happened there?
He had a pound of weed on him.
Is that frowned upon?
Akron, JT Toppin plays for Texas Tech. I don't know I don't know anything. I don't know.
Hey,
I'm not saying you, but JT Toppin tore his ACL, but he plays for Grant McCasland and Texas Tech. So I don't know about Akron, but the guy from Alabama, I don't think that. I think Alabama's still very good.
A pound of weed? What do you need that for? Well, he's slanging. That's how you get jammed up. obviously you're slanging it.
He's facing a first-degree drug possession charge and a failure to affix a tax stamp charge.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't fully understand that.
A tax stamp charge?
First-degree possession could carry up to 10 years in jail.
Oh, god dang.
Mizzou is going to get pumped by Georgia. LOL, have you seen this team? That's from Boozy. Well, Mizzou plays Miami. SLU plays Georgia, so swing and a miss.
I looked up that tax stamp thing. That's often when there's something with illegal or controlled substances and you're selling or distributing them, you're doing so without paying the required state tax.
That's what it is.
So they're just adding a few little minor things.
You get pulled over
there.
with an ounce of weed, you're okay. But if you have more than that and you got little baggies by it, you're slanging, and then you get doxxed.
My apologies. Akron is playing Texas Tech, and that's why he was asking. It's from your mom's sanitational engineer. I apologize. I don't remember every single matchup of the NCAA tournament, so I wasn't positive what you were saying there. Yes, JT Top. I think Texas Tech is still really good without JT Toppin. They went to Ames, Iowa, and beat Iowa State on the road, and Iowa State's a 2 seed who's looking really good right now. TJ Otzelberger, the head coach of the Cyclones there.
Who's the biggest big dog in the tournament that's going to dominate the NBA?
Cameron Boozer, probably.
Yeah, I keep seeing him everywhere.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. But AJ DeBonsa from BYU, really, really, really good ball player.
Top 3 pick.
Yeah, Darius Acuff from Arkansas, he's awesome. I really like Koa Pete at Arizona, but I'm curious to see how his game will translate.
Arizona has 4 players who are projected to be first-round picks in the NBA draft.
Yeah, that's what I think separates guys like Duke, Michigan, Arizona. Yes, their studs are as good as it gets. Cameron Boozer, Koa Pete, you name them, the big guy from Michigan. They're so good. But it's when they sub in their sixth man through 9th man, and you're like, geez, it's just relentless. It's just like Arizona beat Iowa State the other night, and Koa Pete and Burris were out, and they're 2 of their best players, and they still were working them. Like it's how deep they are and how committed they are to like their coach's vision of it. That's the difference. Like
Arizona's got 5 players averaging in double figures.
Right.
That makes them, I think that's why they're the favorite to win the whole thing. It's because if one guy doesn't have a good night and 2 guys don't have a good night, you still got 3 or 4 more capable of coming in and filling the slot.
Yeah, it's less so like, yes, the talent at the top is the best of the best. The cream rises to the top. They're unbelievable. But it's the depth, I think, that really kills teams because it's like you get one guy in foul trouble, we're okay. And that's the thing, like when you lose a guy, like Alabama's still going to be really good without him. The Michigan guy, their Kason, who's, doesn't start every game, but is really good. They'll be fine. Like I wouldn't worry all that much. If once you get to the very, very top, it's just a different ball game, I think.
And Arizona isn't even using Sven Jopmo.
Yeah, or LeBron James' son, who's redshirting this year. Bryce James is on Arizona.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
What would you rather have happen? The Blues win the Stanley Cup, and you get 2 days with the cup to do whatever you want with.
Me personally?
You do.
Whatever you're going to say, it's going to be the other thing.
Wait, hear me out. You get the cup for 2 days, party, it attracts a lot of women, just so you know.
Yeah,
no big deal, but it does.
For sure.
It does.
Yeah.
You could party with 2 days.
The guy with the gloves.
The guy's there. He's annoyed out of his mind because you're doing this. Would you? Because it's a good time.
Sure.
You can take advantage of that.
I've seen some video.
Yeah. Or Mizzou get to the Final Four.
Mizzou gets to the Final Four, and it's not. I don't even think twice.
Okay.
I don't even think. But that's like.
I'm just asking.
No,
I'm asking questions.
It's a fair hypothetical. It's a fair hypothetical. It's different for me. Like that's all I want is. Like I've seen the Cardinals win. I've seen the Blues win. My football team. Yeah, I was alive, but I wasn't conscious. They've left me. My heart has a hole in it from that.
A lot of people.
And the only thing that can fill it is success for Mizzou, football and basketball.
I think
That's all I want.
It's probably harder for a college team to go all the way and win a championship than a professional team, because in the Final Four, you're up against 67 other teams.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You got to win, 6 in a row?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sometimes playing every other night.
Yeah.
And the gap between the big dogs and...
For sure. For sure. And college football, same way. Like, you got to first beat out the other 134, 129, however
And you
college
got to
football
have a
teams are.
pretty good year just to get into the 68.
That's right. Yeah, right. Exactly. So yeah, the climb is crazy. Although I think the Stanley Cup is probably the hardest trophy to capture.
Yeah.
In all sports, just like the grind of it, and
horrible.
how long
It's a horrible thing.
But at least there's only
crazy.
At least there's only 20 out of the teams.
Right. Getting
Or
there,
31 other.
getting there is considerably easier, but the grind of getting it and and all that it takes to get there, I think, is still the hardest, especially given the nature of the brutality of the sport. You know, like
you would just look at the guys when they win or lose, they look like they are anorexic.
Yeah,
their cheeks are sunken.
Beards. They look like,
terrible.
They look like Tom Hanks
like,
in
Castaway without the tan.
Yeah,
without the tan.
Without the tan. Yeah, the opposite. We're going to take another break here on TMA. Come back with more of the healthcare, or as we shift from the healthcare revolution 7 o'clock hour into the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Continue to send in those texts and send in your emails for the design of your heating and cooling email today. It's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Just one win puts you one win behind the lead, and the leader at the end of the month gets that Schaefer Door Company garage door prize. We'll be back with more of the morning after, presented to you by Brian Crouppen, live from the Stiefel Studios here on 101 ESPN. This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Flames. Pre-game at 7:30, puck drop at 8:30 right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Welcome back. You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen, as we broadcast live from the Stiefel studios, and we begin our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. And Doug, if you look to your right, representing Brown and Crouppen, our title sponsor is Brody Herman.
I saw
Brody
him
Herman over there.
Hey, Brody.
What up, Brody?
What's up, baby?
Nothing too much, guys. Of course, it's an honor and privilege to be here. As always, it is the highlight of my week, and nothing could be better than being on the morning after. So great to be back in studio with you, Cam, and I'm so excited to be here. It's the morning after. Nothing better.
What's got you pumped up?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a lot going on. And of course, if you want to go to bcraffles.com, that's right, bcraffles.com, bcraffles.com.com. WWE is on the road to WrestleMania, and they're taking a stop at St. Louis for SmackDown April 3rd. That's right, at the Enterprise Center at 6:30 p.m. That's April 3rd at the Enterprise Center, 6:30 p.m. Win 2 WWE tickets. That's right, a pair of WWE tickets for the upcoming SmackDown in St. Louis, and you get a $150 WWE gift card. That's right, if you want to buy a championship belt of your choice, if you want to get a T-shirt of your favorite wrestler, and of course, Doug, your favorite, free parking. That's right,
Yes, I love free parking.
That's right. You can get it all that right now. bcraffles.com, bcraffles.com to enter your information for a pair of tickets, $150 WWE gift card, and of course, free parking for SmackDown April 3rd at the Enterprise Center in St. Louis at 6:30 p.m.
Wow. You don't like the parking situation. I heard you talk about that at the Super Bowl.
I like to park free everywhere.
Yeah.
He likes to park free
I
everywhere.
don't blame you.
Yeah, I love that free parking.
That's where they get you.
The idea of paying $100 to park my car, I'm not going. I'm out.
I agree.
I'm out.
I agree with you.
Not doing it. Of course, it's March, guys, and there's nothing better than March Madness coming down the horizon. We got a lot of big games coming up. Of course, Mizzou taking on Miami, SLU taking on Georgia, Illinois versus Penn. And I'll tell you this, of course, I'm going to give my official predictions. It's March, nothing better than little predictions. And we've got SLU versus Georgia. I'm telling you, Georgia's long. They're athletic. They could run, shoot, and dunk without question. It's going to be very hard for the Billikens. It's all about defense. You can get a defensive stop. Georgia's one of the fastest teams the Billikens have played. They are 22-10 this season. The Georgia Bulldogs, 10-8 in the SEC. Mike White is their coach. Both great game day coaches, both at Georgia and SLU, Josh Schertz and Mike White. But I'm telling you, I think the Billikens are going to actually edge out and win this one. It's going to be like a 99-94 score. It's going to be one of the highest scoring games in the first round. Go for high scoring in this one. High scoring.
Why?
Well, here's the thing about Georgia. They do have a shooting edge. They have 5 players that have shot more than 32% from 3, and this is the best Billiken three-point shooting team ever. There's going to be a lot of three-point shooting in this game, Cam. That is why I believe it is going to be a very high-scoring game, and I think the Billikens will edge out Georgia. You know the last time Georgia's won an NCAA tournament game? 2002 was the year I was born.
Yeah, baby.
That's the last time Georgia's won an NCAA tournament
They
game.
didn't win with Anthony Edwards when he was on there?
Nope. They did not win an NCAA tournament game when Anthony Edwards was there. No, sir. Do you know they got a player on Georgia named Blue Kane? They have a guy.
That's a wrestler's name right there. I feel like.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, his parents, I think, both met at Duke, and that's why his son is named Blue Kane. But, yeah, very important. But I think the Billikens actually edge out and win. When it comes to Mizzou, I unfortunately think they'll lose in a very close, heartbreaking game to Miami. I'm looking forward to Jackson's live stream this year. It is going to be an absolute treat. I'll be tuning
50-50 on doing that live stream, by the way.
Come on, Jackson.
Friday night? I want to watch with my friends.
Yeah, do it, Jackson.
Stop it. He'll do it. Stop it. You'll do it.
Fair enough.
Oh, come on. But listen, it's very important. Miami, they've got a 1-2 punch. Malik Renew and Trey Donaldson. Now, Malik Renew and Mark Mitchell may cancel each other out. It's very possible. Both are 6'9" power forwards. However, they both could be the reasons their team wins. And I think Miami, they've got, Donaldson and Renew. They got a wonderful freshman class. Dante Allen, and they've got Shelton Henderson as well. In the middle, a 6'11" big. Now, Georgia's big unbelievable too. Cyrell, oh my gosh, 6'11", 260 for Cyrell for Georgia. So I'm Toe Cyrell. He's an unbelievable talent from Nigeria, but Miami center, 6'11" Ernest Uday, who's a former McDonald's All-American. So we're going to be seeing a lot of big centers coming on the horizon here, but I think Miami barely beats Mizzou, but I think Miami does beat Mizzou, and I think SLU is more likely to win. They are going to beat Georgia, unfortunately for Mizzou fans, but that's why I think March is crazy. It's a crazy time.
So you think Miami's going to beat Mizzou?
I do. I think Miami's going to beat Mizzou.
Do you agree with that, Jackson?
No.
No,
but it's.
Well, he's a Mizzou fan, and that's okay.
Yeah.
And I think Mizzou can make it to the Sweet 16, and everyone can troll me next week. So I mean, that easily could happen. Easily could happen that Mizzou makes the Sweet 16. I'm confident. I think this is the first NCAA tournament win Mizzou will have since Dennis's first year back in 2022, 2023. So I'm very excited about what could happen here. But I think Mizzou loses, and I think SLU wins. But then I think SLU loses in the next round. I think Illinois is going to make it to the Sweet 16. They're going to beat Penn. So I'm very excited about what's coming up on the horizon.
Can you
March.
pick any major upsets for us for bracket buster upset?
Well, I'll tell you a big old bracket buster. South Florida, they are a bracket buster to me. Brian Hodgson is a primary coaching candidate, and I think they're going to beat Louisville, and I think they can make it all the way to the Sweet 16. Watch out for the South Florida Bulls. They're an unbelievable shooting team. Give me the South Florida Bulls to be a massive bracket buster.
You're getting into it. Louisville's the only team. They have no quad one wins, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at as well. St. Mary's. Don't sleep on St. Mary's. I got a longtime coach over there. Don't sleep on St. Mary's. I think they could beat Texas A&M, and I think they could go on a run. I think they can make it to the Sweet 16 or even the Elite Eight. I think they're that good. There could be a lot of sleepers in this tournament.
Who's winning the whole thing?
Oh my gosh. This is one of the toughest years I've ever had to pick because I keep leaning between North Carolina and Michigan.
North Carolina.
Yeah.
Sans Caleb Wilson.
Right. I still think is one of those sleeper teams. I'm going to go with Michigan because I really like Dusty May as a coach. I think the Wolverines have got it this year. I think a Big Ten team's finally going to win it. I don't like the repeat chances for Florida. I just don't. But I think the Houston Cougars could be right back in it. I think Calvin Sampson is an unbelievable coach, a Hall of Famer, and I think the Cougars could win the NCAA tournament this year without a doubt. So I'm going to go with Michigan, but I think Houston could easily win it. There are a lot of teams. This is a wide open race. This is one of the hardest years I've ever had to pick because there's not a clear team in my eyes that's going to win the tournament. So I'm going to go with Michigan on a limb because I'm a Big Ten guy and I believe what Dusty May's doing is one of the best coaches in college basketball. However, I could easily see a team like Houston winning the tournament. I'm very excited about March. Nothing better than being dancing in March. And how many of you watch the World Baseball Classic? I know you've been watching, Doug. Jackson, you've been watching WBC. Cam, have you been watching WBC?
Well, I paid attention to it. I know exactly what's going on.
Good.
You're dang right. USA, baby.
Is facing Venezuela in the finals. I am so excited about this matchup. Eduardo Rodriguez, for those who don't know, pitches for the Diamondbacks, going up against Nolan McLean for the United States. He's only had 8 starts in Major League Baseball. Pitches for the New York Mets. He's not an all-star. He's not a Cy Young or anything. But even though the Venezuelan team has the advantage on the pitching side, I think the United States has the advantage on the offensive side. Both of these teams have only lost one game. Both very deserving. Venezuela had a signature win over Japan, who I thought would win the whole thing, and the United States beating the Dominican Republic. They've got a lot of momentum. Both of these teams have momentum going into the finals, but I still think United States wins. I'm going to go with the patriotic pick. I think the United States will win the WBC only for the second time in history. I just think that they're going to have a tremendous... I think Gunnar Henderson's going to come up big. I really do. I think they're going to get a sneaky home run that is going to change the game. I think the United States is going to come out swinging, and I think they beat Venezuela, and I think they're going to win the World Baseball Classic for the second time.
Wouldn't you think the U.S. could get a better starting pitcher going than Nolan McLean?
I don't know. That's what I keep wondering, but then
Who's available?
That's what I'm saying.
Tell Paul Skeen. Sorry, Paul.
You got to go pitch in the semifinals. You need them to pitch the semifinals. Oh. And now I know Logan Webb pitched in the quarters, and both these teams have only lost one game.
Bring Scooble back.
I know. He's going back to Detroit. He's in spring training. I want him back.
When did Skeens pitch last couple days ago?
Oh, no. Final four. That was when they were against the Dominican Republic. Is the last time he pitched.
Could he go out there and perform, you think?
No
way.
That's way too short of rest. No.
He is a freak.
Yeah, how many days has it been?
It's been 2, I believe, since they last pitched on Sunday, and now playing tonight. I mean, I've been loving the WBC, the energy, the passion these players play with. It's an absolute treat. Cam, I got a question for you. When it comes to the Blues, if there's one player the Blues should get is blank?
It's this summer?
Yeah, I'm saying this summer.
Ooh, doggy. I mean, you could always use... They got a lot of defensemen coming in. You could always use a big guy up front. Like, where are the Adam Lowrys? Where are the Folignos, Marcus Foligno? Where's a guy like that? How can you find a guy like that? Is anybody available? A big guy that can play second line. He can play center. He's big. He sticks up for his teammates. He hits guys. He can score a goal. Where's that guy at? And how do you get him? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
You need a big bruiser that can play up front, in my opinion.
Here's a question. Do you think Biddington and Hofer will both be on the roster next season for the Blues? No, so you think there'll be movement when it comes to Biddington?
Yeah, I think Ben will probably get moved.
Okay.
I think so. I think Hofer's like, no, I'm ready to go.
Ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
Bender's top 10 goaltender in the NHL. I do.
I think he can be a winner, right? I think he's not consistent enough in the regular season to be a Connor Hellebuyck. But if you put him in the tourney in the playoffs, I think he could stand on his head for a couple months and dominate and win you a championship.
I mean, is it a given that Robert Thomas gets the C, or are there other guys competing for it?
I don't know if that's a given. But Jake Neighbors, like, he's got to do a little bit more, I think. And Robert Thomas is still the best player on the team, and you see that. You've seen that for the last couple of weeks. Is he rah-rah? No. Is he the best interviewer? No. But who cares? He leads on the ice. That could be a possibility. Obviously, Jake's up there too. Then where do you go with it? Parayko? I don't know. That's a good question, Brody.
No, it's a valid question. How important is the captain's C on that jersey in the locker room? Is it important leadership?
Yeah, and for just represent, you need somebody to represent the team pretty much every single day via communication with the media. And we've had really good ones, meaning Backus would always be there. Come here. Oh, yeah. What do you got? And he'd say the right thing every time. Mm-hmm. Ryan O'Reilly said the right thing every time. And so now Braden Shin said the right thing every time. He busted it. Like, you never can go to Braden Shin as a leader and say, you didn't do enough tonight. Like, no matter what, if he had a bad game, he's putting somebody on their back. He's fighting somebody. He's doing this. He's showing emotion. So there's a lot more that goes into it. Not just your rah-rah talking to the linesman, which Robert Thomas does every single shift where they get together. Robert Thomas is over there talking. But there's a lot more to it. So I don't know if he wants it, if he's ready for it. If he does, I'm sure he'll be able to get it. But there's a lot of responsibility, man, in that locker room, having the C for the St. Louis Blues.
Yeah, a lot of media interaction coming into play there when it comes to being a captain as well. One of those, I got a lot coming down the pike, obviously. Wrestling on the Spectrum airs every single Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m. That's live on the Wrestling on the Spectrum YouTube channel. That's at Wrestling on the Spectrum. I want everyone to punch that subscribe button, click like, the Wrestling on the Spectrum YouTube channel. Every Saturday, 11 o'clock a.m. Cam has even listened to some episodes. It's
right,
great. It's
baby.
on the Podcast Heat Network. It's unbelievable. I got some more shows coming down the pike. I'm so excited for what's to come. I absolutely cannot wait. It's going to be an absolute treat. I'm so excited. A lot coming up, of course, in the wrestling world. We got WrestleMania coming up very soon, April 10th. It's going to be April 18th. I'm sorry. That's going to be in Las Vegas this year. Of course, AEW coming off of a major pay-per-view. We have several returns. Edge and Christian. Kenny Omega's back from injury. Will Ospreay's back from injury. So a lot going on in the world of AEW as well. So tune in this week. And I'm just so excited, of course, going on with March. And I guess I got to give my NBA hot take draft pick going on here. AJ DeBonza, I think, should be the number one overall pick. I really do. I just do. I don't trust Darren Peterson. You know what Darren Peterson reminds me of?
You transitioned seamlessly from wrestling to the NBA draft.
That's what I tried to do.
So funny.
That's what I tried to do. No, listen, Darren Peterson, to me, he reminds me a lot of Ben Simmons, and I have severe concerns. I wouldn't even draft him in the top three. I know he's going to go probably in the top three, but I wouldn't even draft him in the top three. I go DeBonza, Boozer, and Darius Acuff. You know, Darius Acuff could be one of the best guards John Calipari has ever coached. And putting him in high company. That's Jamal Murray we're talking about. That's John Wall. That's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Jody Meeks.
Right, exactly.
Don't scoff.
No, I'm not. Listen, John Calipari, Derrick Rose, you can't count out Derrick Rose.
There you go, D-Rose.
Yeah, who's had the more impressive season, Rick Pitino or John Calipari? To me, Rick Pitino's had the more impressive season because, St. John's, before he got there, they hadn't won an NCAA tournament game since 2000. They were terrible before Rick Pitino got there. And, of course, he's New York through and through. But, John Calipari, what he's done in Arkansas, he's done a phenomenal job since taking over for the Razorbacks. They got some NBA talent there, as they usually do. Malik Thomas, as you well know, Billy Richmond. They are led by Darius Acuff, as I've said before. The Razorbacks are killing it this year. They just won the SEC tournament, so Calipari wins everywhere he goes. But, man, St. John's dominated that Big East tournament. My gosh, a dominating win over UConn. So there you go. I mean, what an unbelievable turnout.
You want some here,
Sure.
Brody, before you head out? Rick Pitino and the Johnnies will not be advancing past the first round. They're going to lose to Northern Iowa.
It's very possible.
Panthers of Northern Iowa are going to be.
You know, Ben Jacobson
your
was a
12th
candidate
seed.
for the Minnesota head coaching job multiple times. He's a tremendous coach at Northern Iowa, and I wish Ben Jacobson had gotten the Gopher job long ago, but maybe that ship has sailed. But he's been a candidate every time that coaching position is open for my Golden Gophers. Ben Jacobson's name's always near the top of the list, but just has never gotten it.
Brody Herman always brings
the
the
man,
heat,
Brody.
always brings the energy. We love having Brody Herman in the studio from Brown and Crouppen. Thanks so much for hopping on with us, Brody.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate
God bless.
it.
We're going to take a break. You can keep listening here. We're going to be back from break with more of TMA in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen, live from the Stiefel Studios.
If you've opened your energy bill lately and thought there has to be a better way, well, you're probably right. Drafty, outdated windows can quietly drain your wallet month after month, letting warm air escape in the winter, cool air leak out in the summer, and forcing your HVAC system to work overtime. Universal Windows Direct can help you out. They'll make it easy for you. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. The more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you'll get 24 months with no payments and no interest, giving you 2 full years to enjoy the comfort before paying a dime. And this month, they're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. So if you're thinking about how to put your potential tax refund to good use this year, consider investing in something that pays you back every single month in energy savings and comfort. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 2, get 2 free, no payments, no interest for 24 months, $500 off your project. Upgrade now and enjoy comfort that lasts for decades. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
You liking this, Cam?
Yeah. You know? Yeah.
You're not too much into the Irish folk music?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. If I was in Ireland and they were playing this at a bar, I'd be chilling.
And you're
dude.
hammering some Guinness.
Yeah. God, yeah. I've been there. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Belfast.
Really? That's
Beautiful.
Northern Ireland there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Northern Ireland. It was gorgeous.
Would you ever dance in a leprechaun outfit?
Yeah. I would. You ever see the movie Leprechaun with Warwick Davis?
No, I haven't.
He had a Warwick Davis who was on Willow back in the day in the 80s. I don't know if you watched that movie, Willow, the 80s movie. But Warwick Davis played Leprechaun. Corny movie, but God, was he horrifying.
Really?
Terrifying. Leprechaun.
You're listening to The Morning After here on St. Patrick's Day. It's also Martin Kilcoyne's birthday, so a big birthday shout out to our guy Marty.
How old is he?
I don't know.
What would you think?
I don't want to speculate.
How old is he?
I mean,
he looks good.
Mid-50s?
Yeah,
he looks good.
He looks great.
Yeah.
He looks great. He works all day, works hard, and well-deserved vacation for both him and Tim, our Irish brethren who are off today. Not for St. Patrick's Day explicitly, but it's nice that they get. It's just nice. It's nice to be off work on your birthday for old Martin.
Spring break for their kids.
Yeah,
Where's
spring
he
break
at?
for the kids.
Daytona?
I don't know where Martin's at. Somewhere. Yeah, he's probably at Daytona. Let's just say Daytona. We usually say the Hamptons.
Yeah.
I think the airport experience hadn't been too great for spring breakers around the country.
Oh, man.
No, it's been tough.
No.
Although I checked on the, at least it was through Chat GPT, the wait lines at Lambert, and it said no wait lines at all.
Really?
Yeah.
I love that you've become a Chat GPT guy.
Oh, it's so cool.
There's some people that don't like it, man.
Can that be cool? Can that be true that there's no TSA wait lines at all at Lambert? If anyone's flown in the last day or two, is this true? People are just going right through? Because
I think it's a ghost town until it's not. It's like one or the other.
But like they're saying in Atlanta, places like this, people are waiting 3-4 hours to get through TSA.
Yeah.
Is none of that happening here?
Don't know. I don't know.
Text in. The Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646.
Would you let your daughter in high school go to spring break with her friends by herself?
I would not. I would fight that.
High school?
In high
Fight
school.
that really hard.
Kate's mom and dad let them go to Mexico.
Senior year, I went. Me and my friends all went. I guess we had
guys are a little different.
One people's parents. Yeah, I guess.
I would not want to pick up Cam Jansen's daughter for a date, knocking on the front door like the scene in Bad Boys.
No, like in Den of Thieves.
I would, because the things I know, I'd be able to look into his eyes and know exactly what he's on.
Yeah, but you're a sweet man.
Until you're not.
Yeah.
And then I would look into his car and I'd smell it. I would.
You'd rummage around in his car?
You're damn right. I'd look at him through his soul and I would know.
If you had to pick, based on what you know about athletes in general, what sport would you prefer your hypothetical daughter, what athlete would you like her to date? And not date, for that matter.
Golfer.
Yes to a golfer?
Yes to a golfer.
Yeah.
The hockey guy. Oh, God.
Yeah, he's going to need a thorough screening.
Is he a good Christian boy? Okay, then oh, boy.
But if you snooped around in his car and you smelled something, would you tell him, no, go home?
I just know that's the most dangerous area where my young daughter is going to be, is in a vehicle with an idiot. Mm-hmm. And you know what? It might not be him drinking and driving. It might not be him smoking and driving, whatever. It's him texting and driving, which would scare me more than anything.
You can smell the text in the car.
I could smell the dirty text in the car.
Yeah.
Put your phone down when you're driving my daughter around.
Well, James Carlton is both Jackson and I's insurance agent. He got us hooked up with this safe driving little meter thing that we put in the car. It detects if we're texting while we're driving, if we're speeding.
I would have that.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, it's great.
And that cuts down your insurance costs?
Yeah, it's great. Not to mention you save a bunch of money with James Carlton, and you have world-class service. Here's Tim talking about James Carlton right now.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is a longtime TMA and Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor, and I recommend him wholeheartedly to our audience. I've been a client now since 2019, and you can make the switch to James Carlton by calling 314-961-4800 or going online at carltoninsurance.com. Net. That's James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. James has been doing this now for 18 years. And James doesn't come in every week and say, hey, I can save you money. But this time, well, things are different. Because James said in the 18 years he's been doing it, he's never seen automotive insurance rates drop at the rate that he has seen over the last couple of months. He can save you thousands of dollars. Imagine a 5-minute phone call being worth thousands of dollars. You might as well make it and find out. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
Get involved on the program, texting in on the Air Comfort Service text line. Again, that number is 314-399-9646. You can also hop on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. That's what you get with Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. It's a great thing to knock a few back on a St. Patrick's Day, but always drink responsibly. Trying to access the YouTube chat. You been in there at all today?
I'm watching every second of it.
They're talking a little WrestleMania in there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They said it's 20 or 30 minutes of TSA this morning.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of texts come in saying that they got through TSA in about 10 minutes this morning.
But that's about normal, isn't it?
Yeah, we got Jeremy Hodge in there talking about Randy Orton.
Yeah, Randy turned heel heading into WrestleMania against Cody Rhodes.
Well, I've been texting Larry Nickel to come on.
What do you do to turn heel, though? Like, what do you do?
Well, Cody's a little bit of a baby face. He's kind of like golden
his daddy
boy
was
right
Dusty.
now.
Yeah.
And they've got a WrestleMania championship match coming up, and Orton just laid the chair to him, blood everywhere on Friday night on SmackDown last week. It was at the contract signing. You know how those things can get.
Eggplant emoji says he's not feeling the WrestleMania vibes this year. I don't know what that means. I assume Doug does.
I guess it means he's not into it.
Well, as you know, it's a 2-day event now.
Oh, of course.
Do Saturday and Sunday.
All right.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
I feel like, and I've said this before, in the 90s, I feel like people that watch wrestling believed it was real.
Well,
am I wrong on that?
I'm sure there's a lot of them that still do.
Well, nowadays
these are not a lot of Ivy Leaguers in the stands.
And what do you mean by that?
The WWE has kind of embraced the facade now. They have documentaries on Netflix that kind of shows the behind the scenes thing.
Yeah, there's more, because you're kind of like, you watch what you saw. You saw giants go at it, and there's blood, there's this or that. So you're probably like, whoa, this is real. But I never thought it was, even when I was a kid. But I do feel like some of the kids I grew up with really thought, and their dad thought that was real.
Yeah, and I'll still see things on wrestling Twitter where somebody will come out and cut a promo or say something a little bit salacious, and they're like, "Oh, man, he went off script. That was a shoot." Like, nothing in WWE is a shoot. Yeah. If they said it and it goes on air, it was planned.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Sorry to cut you off there, Kurt, but we have an expert on the line. We have the one, the only Larry Nickel on the Carrier and Thompson phone lines. What up, Larry?
No, good. How you guys doing?
We're just talking about if wrestling's real or not, Larry.
It is real.
Well, okay.
Have you seen these Netflix documentaries, though, Larry? Some of it makes me think that maybe it's predetermined in some way.
Well, slow your roll, Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson.
That was Kurt.
No, that was Jackson. I've tried to tell Jackson to watch it.
That was Kurt. That was so good, though.
Said that they need to know your role and shut your mouth.
Yeah, whatever your name is.
It's not my opinion. It's just, it's been on Netflix. I've watched it. I see the guys beat the hell out of each other, and then backstage they're dapping up and seem like they're boys.
I don't watch that.
So it's not. So it doesn't exist then.
Okay.
Right.
Bingo.
All right. So what happened on the presentation last night?
Well, there were 2 title matches.
Okay.
So both versions of the Intercontinental Championship, one for the men and one for the women. And for the women's Intercontinental title, it was AJ Lee. Yeah, I said it right. AJ Lee is back wrestling. And she beat Becky Lynch 2 weeks before to become the new Intercontinental Champion. And she beat Bayley to retain her title.
You said she beat her the week before?
Yeah.
She won the title last week, Doug.
Okay, and then they did it again?
She defended it last night.
Okay.
She's a fighting champ.
All right, I got it. Okay.
And then for the men's Intercontinental Championship, It was supposed. Penta was supposed to be challenged by Dominic Mysterio.
Somebody Volpe?
Injury.
Anthony Volpe.
Anthony Volpe.
No. Penta was supposed to defend against Dominic Mysterio, but Dominic got injured in a match Saturday night, so they had to do an open challenge for the men's Intercontinental title, and has to be Dragon Lee, and the winner of that match is still men's Intercontinental champion, Penta.
Okay. Penta.
Cerro Miedo, Doug.
What does that mean?
No fear.
Okay.
Yeah, baby.
All right. So is that it? Was that the only important matches that we need to know about?
Well, and then for the main event spot, as they like to call it,
there is more.
CM Punk and Roman Reigns talked about the upcoming match at WrestleMania for the World Heavyweight Championship.
They just talked about it? They didn't fight?
No, they're going to say they're fighting for WrestleMania, Doug.
Okay.
Do you think some of the verbal barbs that they've been sending back and forth have crossed the line at all, Larry? I've seen CM Punk and Roman kind of getting a little personal.
They always do, because every time Roman Reigns and CM Punk talk, Roman Reigns is always calling CM Punk by his real name.
Phil.
Yes.
Okay.
You got that, Doug?
That's getting too personal?
CM Punk versus Roman Reigns sounds a little better than Phil versus Joe.
Do you like CM Punk? Didn't he get punked in the UFC?
I don't think he was very successful. Sorry, Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did get punked in the UFC because he never made it to the main event scene.
When it was real, he got beat up.
Yeah.
It's all professional wrestling.
Well, okay.
Larry, do you have the top 5 countries, the ones in the world I was hoping to get?
Yes, I do. Thanks for asking, Jackson.
You bet, buddy.
Number 5 will be Australia.
Nice.
Okay.
Number 4 will be Italy.
Italy, all right.
Number 3 will be Brazil.
Sounds like you didn't have this.
No, you're mistaking. That's confidence.
Number 2 will be Canada.
All right.
Boo.
Number 1, the United States of America.
Well, that's nice.
Yes.
That is nice.
Yeah, there it is, Jackson.
Larry, thank you so much for the wonderful recap and the top 5 countries. We appreciate your contributions to this program week in and week out, brother.
Thank you. God bless America. By the way, thanks for the homage to the fabulous Freebirds.
You bet, buddy.
Baby.
You bet, buddy.
Right
It's
on.
Larry Nickel on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, bringing the heat, as always.
He always does.
Did that conversation make you more likely or less likely to watch WrestleMania, Doug?
I don't think it changed my position a lot.
The Joe versus Phil thing?
Yeah, I don't really get it. I know the stadiums, arenas are packed every time they do something.
You have to have been to a wrestling event before, right?
Yeah, the ones I used to go with Patrico and all those guys and Riz and all them back in the day. We'd go to these little wrestling events, somewhere in Eureka, somewhere in South County, and we'd all go and party and have fun. And they were like kicking the crap out of each other so bad.
Doug, do those locations surprise you of where they are?
Remember, it was at the Stratford Inn, I think, one time, and
I went to the ones at the MAC with Mark Milton.
Yeah.
You like going to that. That's always been like.
You know what's fun to go to is like what Jesse Finney puts on at Shamrock FC. He puts on events all over the place, either at Enterprise or in St. Charles or at Chaffetz and stuff like that, where these guys, they're not, I guess, professional, but they still get paid. I don't know. Maybe they are. But they kick the crap out of each other, man. It's fun to watch. He puts on a really good show. Fight after fight after fight after fight. It's a good product he puts on.
Nice.
Check that out if you like that kind of stuff.
Well, if you've ever been injured in a situation where maybe you're doing some amateur wrestling and you get hurt and you can't get in to see your primary care doctor, check out Healthcare Revolution. They sponsor the 7 o'clock hour. Here's Tim talking about Healthcare Revolution right now.
Healthcare Revolution is the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour on the morning after, online at healthcare-evolution.com. healthcareevolution.com. You want real answers and same-day pain relief? Healthcare Evolution has a novel concept. When you have a medical issue, get real answers and same-day pain relief from Healthcare Evolution. No waiting for appointments, no waiting on answers, no insurance hassles. Healthcare Evolution will give you real answers and same-day pain relief on the spot. Just get rid of those nagging injuries. Healthcare Evolution is doing a great deal for TMA listeners. Let them know you're a TMA listener, and in the month of March, you're going to get a 10% discount. Go to healthcare-evolution.com. Healthcare Evolution will help identify the pain, identify the treatment, and get you back to what you love doing faster. That's it. No waiting for appointments, no wait-and-see approach, no hassles with insurance companies. It's Healthcare Evolution. Online at healthcare-evolution.com. It's Healthcare Evolution, 10% off for TMA listeners in the month of March.
All right, coming up on the other side of the commercial break, Cam, I have a piece of audio that I think you'll really like, and I think the audience will gravitate towards. It's about youth hockey, parents in youth hockey. I think it's a very interesting clip from our friends over at Spit and Chicklets.
My boys.
Yeah, great podcast, Spit and Chicklets from Barstool. So we'll have that audio for you, plus more NCAA tournament talk. And then coming up at 9:45, we'll have our Design Air Heating and Cooling email a day. We're giving away that Schaefer Door Company garage door prize. Doug, if anyone has any issues with their garage door, where would you recommend they go check out?
Schaefer Door.
Absolutely.
I thought of that immediately. I went out to my garage this morning, hit the button, and went, oh, no, here we go.
Yeah.
I guess the cold weather did that.
Yep.
But I immediately thought, well, if this doesn't go up, Schaefer Door is going to get the call. That's who you should call. I always suggest you write it on a Post-it note, Schaefer Door with their phone number. So if anything goes wrong, you'll know it just immediately.
Yeah, put it right by that button.
Put it right by the button outside the door where you hit that garage door. And Schaefer Door will be out there just as soon as they can. They actually have a special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. For whatever reason, when doors go bad, seems to happen over the weekend, Schaefer Door has got a crew ready to go to get you taken care of. They also service those big warehouse doors, those big giant doors. If you own a business and you got a problem with that, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. And their service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you the whole garage door. If you just need a part, that's what I needed the last time they were out. I just got the strut,
little part,
little strut, strut that supported it. That's all I needed. Best to call or text at 636-782-3608. You didn't write it down. I'll say it again. 636-782-3608. If you can't remember that, you can remember their website. That's SchaeferDoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. That's SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
All right, we'll be back with more of TMA here in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. You are listening to The Morning After, presented by Brandon Crouppen, as we broadcast live from the Stiefel Studios.
If you're looking to save money on your groceries, and who is not in that camp, Schnucks, great place to go. Over the years, they dropped the prices. I think it was around 2,300 items. They left those prices marked down. And if you get that Schnucks Rewards app, you get alerts on your phone, items that you often buy. Are there any additional savings? And every time you check out, your rewards are updated. That's money right back in your pocket. I love when I'm at the checkout and they say, you got $20 in your account. You want to use it? You want to save it? You can roll it over. You also have the coupons, the print copy. I'm old school. I like a good printed out copy. You can grab those on the way into the store. They also tell you the next week's ads. Those are available. Or get online, Schnucks.com. So many different ways to get the coupons and get the extra savings. The Schnucks Rewards app. They've also launched that new program, Schnucks Boost, a way to play your way to saving. So many different ways that you can save at Schnucks.
You're listening to The Morning After. Back from break here. 101 ESPN, show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast live from the Stiefel Studios. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Winner this month, a Schaefer Door Company garage door prize. And hey, you can also sign up to be the TMA Listener of the Month. You just head to tmastl.com, and it's presented to you by Form Energy. We do the work. It takes, about 2 minutes to sign up. And if you win, you get a sick Form Energy prize pack, not to mention nice little shout out on social media and on the show. So sign up today to be the TMA Listener of the Month.
Form Energy, baby.
They do the work,
Hey, good stuff.
I saw you at the First Form Summer Smash this past summer.
Yeah.
I think it was Little John.
And Aoki.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does he still throw the cake?
Yes.
Steve Aoki?
No, but this time it was Andy came out there for Scylla, and he throws the cake, and this girl understands. Wasn't paying attention, and it goes kabam right in her face.
I saw on
up.
Aoki's Instagram. He did that out in Fenton, and then like 2 hours later, he was at residency in Vegas.
Yeah,
natural progression.
Yeah,
Fenton to Vegas.
The Vegas of the Midwest, Fenton, Missouri.
He flew out of probably Chesterfield or
probably
East St. Louis there.
Yeah, probably.
That's where the Blues fly out now.
Yeah.
I like that little airport, Koki Airport.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's easy, nice.
Sure.
Used to be Parks. And they used to call it Parks.
It's I never even knew really existed.
Yeah, and that's where the Blues fly out of?
Yeah, but we used to fly out of Spirit, which was the best in Chesterfield. But then the plane became too big, and they couldn't get off the runway because they got a bigger
they were at
plane.
Lambert for a while.
And they're in that little area, the Signature in Lambert, which is kind of hard to get to. But it's not bad out in Cahokia.
So I teased this audio from Spittin' Chicklets that I think Cam and I think the audience will be interested in. They had a gentleman, I think they called him O-Dog. Do you know?
Yeah, Jeff O'Neill, baby.
Jeff O'Neill, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't positive because they wasn't real clear who they were talking to.
Yeah.
So they're talking with him about the pressure that kids get put on in youth hockey, the parent pressure. And here's this audio, courtesy of Spittin' Chicklets.
The difference between when I was playing back then and now, I kind of played for enjoyment. You know what I mean? It seems like young kids nowadays, it's like their parents put them in hockey to make the NHL, and that's the only reason they play the game, which I find to be crazy. It's like the enjoyment, the competitiveness of it, and just enjoying being around your teammates is kind of out the window. I feel that parents put their kids in hockey nowadays because they want their kids to play in the NHL. And if they don't, it's some kind of disappointment, which is just not fair to the kids.
I'm in it right now. My oldest is 8, so it's just starting. But it's like they almost look at it as like it's an investment. Like, where's my return on my investment at some point? It's like, no, man, it's just playing sports and having fun. And I bet you, for you, at that point, you weren't skating in the summer. And I know it's different now, but you probably playing all the different sports.
You look like a slow pitch kind of guy in the summer.
I don't know what that means, Biz, but I did a couple of years ago. I started in a co-ed slow pitch league in Mimico, and we won about 5 championships. But thanks for adding that in.
Dynasty.
Yeah.
The leader
but my
of the
dad
dynasty.
always said, you guys in the summertime play soccer, play baseball, and that's what you're going to do. But now it's just, it never ends. It's just the coaching and private lessons. But I think that parents continue to do it. And they continue to pay the money because of 2 reasons. One, they feel like every other kid is doing it, so they have to do it. Yep. And the second reason is they got this idea that there's this pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, so it's all going to be worth it, which is just insanity.
So what do you think about that, Cam?
He's 100% right. And I'm going to add on to that, too.
Please.
And this, according to John Van Beesbrook, who's in charge of USA Hockey.
The netminder.
Yes, played a long time. Long time. We had him on the pod, and I go, what are the parents doing wrong? What are these parents that are coaching or that are their kids are in hockey? What's the biggest mistake they make? And what he told me was they treat their kid like a superstar celebrity. They treat their kid like he is a celebrity already at a young age because he's dominant in that particular age group.
Sure.
So they film them, they post, look. And they get their own Twitter account or their own Instagram account, and they treat their kid like he's a celebrity before he's even 10 years old. And that's part of it too. You see these like, look at my kid, And I like that. Like, you want to show your kid off. I understand that. But when you act like he's a star, when he's not a star, just so everybody knows. We all dominated 9 years old. We dominated 10, we dominated 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You dominate. So it's not unique. See what he does when he plays against grown men. Let's see if he takes that another level. They think that just because they're dominated at the age of 9, 10, 11, that their kid's going to be a superstar. And they treat their kid like a star. Then he acts like a star. And once you act like a star at a young age, now you got problems. Because once you get to the other level, and these guys are looking at you like, what? What are you acting like? What? Sit down. Sit down and calm down a little bit. A little wake-up call for you. Then it's a wake-up call for the parents. The parents are like, well, what happened? If I'm a parent, if I invest into my son or daughter in a particular sport, you have to understand that things could happen. It could go poof. They're learning so much as being a teammate. They're learning so much that they're an athlete. They're probably always going to want to work out. There's so many benefits to it. But I would be like, you don't play in the NHL. Get a college education. Get a college. Lindenwood. I mean, Maryville now, D1. Like, that's the goal. Then you go from there. Don't you want your kid to play here and not have to spend $50,000 a year because he was good enough when he was young to be able to get a college education for free? That's the number one goal. And then you move on from there, in my opinion.
Sure. Coaches say to play all sports, yet with all the practices, there's never time to play more than one, so the kids have to pick one, stick with it. It's hard. It's from the 618.
It's true. Like, I once I stopped playing every sport, I was just hockey.
What was that age when you stopped playing every sport?
9th grade, because I wrestled, I ran track, then I ran cross country because I quit football. I played football and hockey all at the same time.
Wow.
A lot.
So was you switching to solely hockey out of want, or was that you felt you need to only stick with hockey because that's where you're best at?
I had to miss football practice for hockey practice because that trumped football.
Right.
Football coaches were not happy with me at Eureka High School.
Sure.
So then I had to quit football. You know what I did? I ran cross country. And then the football coach was like, he's a crazy person. Yeah. Why would he quit football at that his frame, to be last in cross country? Because I wanted to get in shape for hockey. So I tortured myself. And Coach Kimball, little shout out, baby, what's up? He gave me leeway to miss cross country practice to go to hockey practice. The football coaches did not play that game. Yeah. And I don't blame them. And they were right to think that why Cam's quitting football. Listen, when you're 9th grade and you quit football and your grades aren't good, you think there's a good reason for that? No, you're lazy and you're wimpy for the most part. Mm-hmm. And you don't want to do it. You want to smoke pot with your buddies. But I really was playing hockey, and they didn't understand that, and rightfully so.
Right. Club sports have ruined the brotherhood and bonding you get with youth sports. Playing year-round in 3 different sports was the best, different friends with each team. That's from Mongo.
There's a lot of select coaches that won't allow you to play other teams. Yeah. Or they insist that you show up to every practice. I ran it when I coached Little League Baseball. If I had some soccer players, their coach would demand that they go to soccer practice over playing in a baseball game.
I know. So that's where the friction comes in. Yeah. And what happens with guys like Andy McDonald, who coach like 18 and under AAA, they want to play for their high school too. So now they're missing a tournament in Michigan to play for their high school team because they want to play in front of their friends.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. You know, you're playing in front of nobody in Michigan in AAA,
right,
unless you're in a huge tournament and there's scouts there. But you want to play in high school against CBC when there's 2,000 kids there that all go to school with you. So they have a little bit. Then they get hurt or they miss time. Right. So there's a lot, man.
Especially with high school, because only a handful of schools in Missouri, or I would feel it's safe to assume a lot of states in America, only gets a mental justification for some of the parents to believe something tangible is going to come out of it. Pro career, college scholarships, etc. Because the time and cost commitment is insane nowadays. It's not like it was 20 or 30 years ago. Kids sports have become big business, and it's sad. That's from a 314.
I agree with that too, dude.
It's big business for a lot of the coaches in the organizations. They're the one who've made careers out of this.
The parents are the annoying ones. And if your parents are annoying, your kid becomes annoying. And that's a problem. I also know parents, and their kid's actually a pretty good player and a good kid, but the parents are absolutely obnoxious, and it harms their kid. And their kid won't even know it until he gets a little bit older and he realizes their dad was a jackass and he didn't make the team because of the parents.
Yeah.
They need to calm down. And if I was around the rinks and I saw this stuff and I was involved, oh, gosh, I don't know if I could hold my tongue.
I think in a town like St. Louis, there's just enough kids that make it big to give everybody the hope that it's possible.
Look at us, like even my story. Like came from, I mean, no help. My parents, first generation hockey player, like I'm traveling around. I made the NHL in 7 years. Since I first put on skates, it took me 7.5 years to make the NHL.
Really?
So you look at it, why can't my kid do that? Why can't my kid do that? Look at all these kids just making it. They're going to college. They're doing this. They're making money. So you look at that, you're like, well, why can't, and I would never tell a parent either, your kid's not making it. You know how many times that my parents heard that? I mean, everywhere you went, you heard that. And then a Scott would say, no, your kid is going to make it. Then they're like, yeah, right. So you're having this weird balance. Then they're like, yeah, right. So you're having this weird balance. I don't know. I would never tell a parent, though, your kid, he ain't doing it. He's not doing it. Unless he's 22 years old and he's not making any team, like, then it's obvious. But if he's a young kid and he's got a work ethic, like anything could happen. So it's hard to tell somebody you're not going to do something. I can't do that.
Right.
Until there's a certain point where it's like, okay.
Right.
But for the argument that they play too much, when I was a kid, I couldn't play enough baseball or basketball. If I got put on a team where I got to play 50 or 60 games a year, I'd have been in heaven. We got like 15 games maybe in a baseball season.
Yeah.
Maybe
quarter of which
not much
rained
more
out.
than that in basketball, yeah. But the idea of getting to go on road trips and play year-round, I would have been in absolute heaven. And I'm sure a lot of kids are today, too.
Of course.
Even if they're not going to make it anywhere.
It's so fun.
Still a fun time.
I think where the disconnect comes is I totally agree with you. Like there was simply not enough basketball I could have played to satisfy me at that age. The problem is, like, if you also love baseball and you also love soccer, and you're trying to play all three of those sports and play as much as you humanly can, but the basketball team or the soccer team you're on is like, well, no, we play year round and we have practices 2 to 3 times a week. And, if you're going to be on this team, this needs to be your number one priority. And there will be no missing practice for basketball practice, because if you do that, you won't play on Saturday.
I know.
And that's where I think it becomes unfair, because the person made the point about being on different teams and you have different friends for different teams. It's also beneficial. Team sports are so beneficial to a young person's development. That's not the only way one can develop those skills, but it's a great way to develop those skills all while having fun at the same time. And I think that's the idea of kids' sports should be fun. The Linda Sniffer says the select sports bubble will burst once parents realize paying the money isn't worth it, because 99% of kids don't make it to the top level. Let your kids have fun, and if they are good, they'll be found.
But even if you don't make it to the top level, they're still having the time of their lives.
Time of their life. I see the kids I grew up playing with that didn't make it. A lot of them are successful. They are. In fact, everyone I know that I see around, they have children that are playing, and I see them at the rinks. They're all successful. And they all talk about the old stories of us going to Canada when we were 12, 13 years old. And, we'd go up to the counter and go to the lady and say, I forgot my key. Well, what's your room number? I'm like, 898. Like, here you go. And then we all go to the room and rent what until somebody's calling up like, sir, you're not supposed to be
documentaries,
here.
educational documentaries.
Exactly.
But when you're engrossed in all these sports, what you're not doing is sitting at home on a couch playing video games.
Getting into weird
You're not
things.
hanging out, getting in trouble.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
getting
just
into
watching
more
TV,
educational documentaries.
watching TV all day.
Sitting in your basement all day on the internet.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of a bum rap.
Chicken bones on your,
Chicken bones.
You got Cheez-Its everywhere in your lap. You know what I mean?
Sounds kind of like a nice afternoon.
That's what I do now. But I wasn't doing that then. Like, I'm busy all the time.
Yeah.
It keeps you disciplined. You got to get up. You have to eat breakfast.
Teaches
You have to
responsibility.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's a bum rap to say everybody's in it because they think their kid's going to be a pro. I don't think that's accurate. Some, of course, but most people realize their kid's not going to be a pro. They just know that he loves playing the sport, and they want to let him go as far as he can with it. That's okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a lot that do think that their kid's probably better than what they are.
Sure.
Because it's a you-know-what competition with all the other parents.
Right.
Okay, it is.
Right.
It is. You think the competition's just on the ice with the kids? No.
Yeah, it's a foot
It's the
measuring
daddy
competition.
against the other dad. It's the mom against the other. My kid. That's why you see a lot of these parents, which I hate so much, is, you got the parent in the stands that doesn't yell at his kid. He yells at everybody else's kid.
That's a problem.
Pass the puck!
That's a
Shut
problem.
up, okay?
That's a problem.
Worry about your kid. And you know what? Don't even yell at your kid. I don't want to hear you yelling at anybody.
Yeah.
Just shut up and watch the game and deal with it afterwards.
I wonder if they could fix some of the problems with playing multiple sports if they just let a few more players onto the team so that if somebody had a soccer or baseball game, you'd be okay if a couple guys didn't show up.
Right.
Instead of the coach thinking, no, I got to win this game if I want a better job than this.
Yeah.
A lot of it, I think, is the coaches thinking that they're going to get that next job when the Blues opening comes up.
Winning. We have to win. No.
Right.
You need to develop.
That's what Richard Jefferson just had I don't know if you saw that. Richard Jefferson, former NBA player, he now works on ESPN, was talking about like these coaches are so obsessed with winning their seventh grade, summer tournament, and they're playing zone defense and pressing the whole game, which when you're playing at that age is like kind of not a cheat code, but it's a real easy way to have an advantage if you're really good at pressing. And it's like, are we trying to win basketball games at every level, like when you're in the 5th, 6th, 7th grade, or are you trying to develop skills for these young players so that they actually can apply those later when winning games really, really matters in the high school level, college level? Are we trying to develop talent, or are we trying to just simply win?
That's true. And you play the best kid the whole time or whatever. So, but there's a balance too, because you still need every kid to participate at that. The parents are paying money. Like, I don't care if he's a fourth line kid, like, you need to get some ice time.
They still sent the check in.
They sent that check in. And usually that fourth line kid has the rich parents that are donating the money. So he's got to get some sort of ice time. He might develop late. Like, he might not be great now. So if you're just playing one line over, trying to win games, and you're not developing everybody else. And so, yeah, there's a lot to it. There is. But it does make you mad when you're a young kid and you are one of the better players on the team, and there is a kid that has to get more ice time, and he sucks, but his mommy and daddy pay a little bit more money. It does make you mad a little bit. So that competition sits in with you when you're a kid, too. There's a lot, man. Listen, my mom and dad got to see some cool stuff. They did. It was hectic at times. It was stressful. They fought about money a lot. My mom didn't understand it, and rightfully so. But you look back on it, their investment, it really worked out for them. It really, really, really did. And they got to see some cool stuff over the years. And it probably kept them together, to be honest with you, my mom and dad. So sports can do that. It can hurt you, but if you do it the right way and you enjoy it and you know how to enjoy your kids, it helps out a lot.
This
too.
is a don't throw the baby out with the bathwater conversation we're having. The benefits of youth sports far outweigh the negatives, but the negatives are growing, I would say, or at least I'm not a parent. I don't have kids, and it's been 15 years since I played youth sports. But Brian Henshin, who's entrenched in youth sports and high school level in Indianapolis, says, I think it's different nowadays. It reaches a point where they're not playing for fun. The amount of pressure that's placed on these kids by parents, it's absurd. It's not about going pro. It's about getting money for college, and it's not a healthy obsession. That's from Brian Henshin.
Yeah, Henshin, you made a point there, too. I get that. There's a lot of pressure on these kids because there's a lot of money that the parents have to fork over.
Right.
So there's pressure.
I would see kids, you probably, everyone here has probably seen, they post the list of in high school of the kids who made the team, of kids who made JV basketball, or the kids who made JV soccer. And, the couple of kids that get cut, it's like, it's hell. Like, you feel terror.
Yeah, but you learn from that, though.
100%.
Jackson, you got to.
Oh, 100%.
I want to see, if I didn't make a team, it sets you back. You're like, wait.
Right.
Wake up call. I got work to do. I got more work to do.
100%. I'm not saying that kids shouldn't get cut from sports. So you have to absolutely, you can't just have everybody on the team. What I'm saying is, I think parents are also so focused on not letting that be their kid. The last thing they want is their kid coming home crying from, tryouts because they didn't make the soccer team. I can only imagine
that they have to go to work and and see their friend, the parents' friends too.
And they got to go try that again. Then the parents ask, hey, how's your kid doing in soccer? Well, he got cut. That's a tough conversation to have.
You don't want your kid to be heartbroken in anything.
No, 100%. So that's why you do everything in your power to not allow that to happen.
Right. Yeah. It's weird, man.
When was the last time you were cut from a team?
The word never is about to come out of this gentleman's mouth.
One time I got cut from Team Quebec, which is the biggest hockey tournament in all of youth hockey. And I was 13, and I was lead scorer of the team, but I was getting penalties because I was hitting guys. And that particular tournament was a non-check tournament. And I probably should have still made the team, but it was Mike Zook and John Winsick who cut me, and my dad was losing his mind. I just remember him losing it. And I'm like, okay, I didn't make that. Okay, whatever. I was devastated too, but you get over it, and then you play another tournament, and you score, and then Somebody will come up to you, an agent, and give you his card, and then you're back on top again, right? You feel good. But yeah, I didn't make that team, and it was devastating. But I think my dad got rocked more than I did. But that was really the only team I got cut from. You know, I knew how to make teams, man. You had to figure it out. It's not just fight. Like, I had to figure out. I had to figure out what the coach wanted. I had to figure out being there first. Now I see the coach sees me there first, stick handling, stretching. Now I'm on the ice doing the little things first. Then I stopped in the right spot. I listened in practice. I went first, and you know, I just little things.
It was 7.5 years from the first time you put on skates to the time you played.
Once I first started skating, it was like 11, 12, and then I played pro at 19, 20, yeah.
Are there any people you've come across in the NHL world that maybe had like a shorter path?
Yeah, sure. Some guys probably, yeah, I would say. Not many. Most kids, God, they play they start skating when they start walking. Like the guys I skate, when I went to Canada for the first time, every kid I know, even when I went to high school up there, started playing hockey at 2 years old. 2. What does that even mean?
You can barely talk.
2 years old. It's unbelievable.
The issue, Cam, is that parents' response to their kid getting cut is, well, that coach is an idiot, so I'm either going to try to get them fired or transfer them to another school. They're teaching them the wrong lessons more frequently. From Brian Henson.
Dang good point.
Right.
You see these parents, too.
Yeah.
They don't take any accountability for their kid. Not getting the puck out of no, your kid's soft and he's slow and he didn't do anything and he does not prepared and you guys show up late to practice. That's why he's not playing. But you know what the parent says to the kid who needs discipline? The coach has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah.
Coach has no, it's a coach's fault. No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's his fault. He didn't get the puck out of the zone. He was late for practice. He's not doing this. He's not doing that. And he's soft. That's why.
Right.
Coaches suck. Coach. Oh, God, I see that all over the place.
What's the
Drives
saying?
me nuts.
You point one finger at someone, there's 9 pointing back at you.
Oh, my
Figure it out.
Yeah, figure it out. Good discussion here. A lot of text coming in on the Air Comfort Service text line. I know the YouTube chat presented by Michelob Ultra is flooded. Text in through and 4-399-9646 and share your thoughts. I know anytime we talk about youth sports, this conversation usually generates a lot of engagement, a lot of people involved in these things.
Yeah,
so,
a lot of money involved.
Please continue to text in. We'll read more of those on the other side of the commercial break. First, the dossier, Doug, is presented to us by Polos Plus. I'm wearing some nice Polos Plus gear right here.
What do you got there?
Little Columbia quarter zip.
What's up?
Little Columbia quarter zip. Cool. Nice little tan. I wish I was wearing my green, but I'm very glad to be in Polos Plus, the sponsor of the dossier. Here's Tim talking about Polos Plus right now.
Well, if you run a small or medium-sized business, this one's for you. Running a business is hard enough. Getting premium branded gear for your business should not be, and that's why Polos Plus exists. Polos Plus is locally owned and operated by Corey Lawson with longtime TMA listener and supporter Andrew Hubbard running the sales and the marketing side. Corey and his family have been serving the local community since 1995. Polos Plus offers brands like Carhartt, Travis Matthew, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on and on. Polos Plus offers more than just polos. They offer jackets, quarter zips, hats, beanies, you name it. They have it. Here's the difference. The big guys don't really care about the entrepreneur or the local business owner. They want massive corporate orders. Polos Plus is built for guys like Doug, business owners grinding every day, trying to get exposure and grow their brands. And unlike most places, Polos Plus doesn't tack on crazy minimums. Start small, give them a shot. That's Polos Plus. Go to polosplus.com, take 10% off with the promo code TMA at checkout. And if you have any questions, you want to talk to Andrew Hubbard directly, email him at andrew@polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com, promo code TMA.
Polos Plus, sponsor of the dossier. We'll take a break, come back with more, read some text on this conversation we're having regarding youth sports. More of that coming up here on TMA. You are listening to The Morning After, presented by Brown & Crouppen, live from the Stiefel Studios. Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2026 season, and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4, count them 4, of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. You might be thinking, boy, how much is that going to cost me? I get 4 chicken tenders plus potato wedges. It's a full meal right there. Plus buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. Well, guess what? Just $9.99 at any of the St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken locations. Right. This deal, you get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $9.99. It's available at any of the St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken locations. A little dipping sauce on the side, too. I recommend that Chipotle Ranch. A little sweet, a little spicy, a lot delicious. You can get the Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. That's the Battlehawks and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. First four action right here on 101 ESPN this evening, tipping off with UMBC and Howard. That pregame's going to start at 5:30 with tip-off at 5:40. Then you get Texas and North Carolina State tip-off at 8:15. NCAA tournament action right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Is this a song David Klein of Hedonism attempted to sing in a drunken stupor?
I like David Klein's version a little better.
He was better, yeah. He was better.
The Bad Wolves do a version of that, too. She died, didn't she?
Yes. Dolores O'Riordan.
When that song came out in the 90s, I was like, dang. Like, okay, this is pretty cool. You know, they had like Cranberries, they had like Dreams and stuff like that. And
This is probably better.
St. Patrick's tradition on TMA.
Just
playing David Klein singing the Cranberries.
Was he arrested right after that?
For some sort of crimes against humanity?
Yes.
See, when you're messed up, though, and you're boozing, like, you think that you sound okay.
Oh, there's nothing. When your song comes on after you've had a few and you're a little loose,
you think that you're the lead singer. You're not.
No one can tell you anything.
Or you dance.
I'm thrilled with my sobriety, but one negative side effect is that karaoke died.
You ain't doing it
sober karaoke is
I know.
tough.
Can't do it sober.
Dancing and karaoke are not in my bag anymore.
No.
The California sober can't get you to that point to...
No, I can imagine that would make it worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't found the right recipe for that yet, but we'll see.
Make that worse. Hey, folks, the brackets are out, and you can get signed up to play this year's Bracket Madness Pick'em Challenge right now at 101ESPN.com. It's free to enter. And this year's top scorer will take home a $250 Amazon gift card plus a 101 prize pack. See the contest rules and get signed up to play in Bracket Madness right now at 101ESPN.com. Bracket Madness is refreshed by Bud Light. It's easy to drink and easy to enjoy. Hopping back into the Air Comfort Service text line as we are in our Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Miley Cyrus has a great version of that song. It's from Artificial Unintelligence.
Yeah, she's got a good voice.
She's outstanding.
Yeah, you know, she's done some weird things. She had a couple weird looks to her, but very talented.
Back on our discussion about youth sports, people are still chiming in heavily on that, as you can imagine. The issue is with parents with big money bags, and the clubs are not going to turn down the money. So kids that are not very good are getting on teams, and sometimes good teams, because mom and dad use their money to influence the club to make sure their kid is on a certain team for the clout status. That's from Ollie Doesn't Know.
No, you're right. We talked about that. That's been an issue for years and years and years. You know what I mean? Just is what it is. Hey, it helps when you got money in every way possible. People are like, money's, doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't matter unless you don't have it.
Well,
then it's everything.
What would they do in hockey, select hockey, if somebody was clearly the best player, a real talent, parents had no money to pay to get him on the team? What would they do?
He'd be on the team.
They'd find a way.
Oh, yeah.
I saw someone...
Trust me.
Former NBA player, I can't remember exactly who it was, said something about that. He's like, all these parents are spending money. They're like, if your kid's good enough to play in the NBA, they will have never spent money to play basketball in their life. They will always get taken care of. It's just how it works. And like, if you're spending crazy money thinking that you're going to get them to the next level, you're already in the wrong place, because if you're spending that money, that means you're probably not good enough to be in that level.
Yeah, I guess my parents stopped spending when I was 15, 16, which is pretty young for that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, I guess right when you start off, you're gonna, you got to prove yourself that you're good. So your parents are gonna have to spend money for a little bit there, but then you start getting down easy street if you're really, really dominating.
Hey, Cam, I just turned on the radio, heard you briefly say something about how expensive sports are. My son plays goalie in ice hockey. What do you think can be done to bring prices down for hockey? It's an interesting question.
Gosh.
I mean,
have a couple billionaires in St. Louis take care of youth sports somehow.
Yeah, building more rinks. I know, someone's got to spend the money.
Those
to
are
do
super expensive.
They're so expensive, and there is plenty of rinks. I think there's enough rinks. You got another one down in Chesterfield being built, a monster. If you ever go down there, I told you guys about that yesterday. The Car Shield rink, it's gigantic.
Where is that?
Right by the airport.
Oh yeah,
yeah, right by the airport. But yeah, how can they? I don't get sponsors from wealthy people that want to dedicate a certain amount, allocate a certain amount of funds that they make to youth sports. Isn't that what you do? You raise money from people. How else can you do it? The sticks are expensive. They're made of composite. Like the skates are $900.
Any sport with a lot of equipment, hockey, baseball to a certain extent, is going to be just naturally expensive. You talk about like soccer and basketball, you need shoes. That's what you need. You need the shoes. I guess in soccer you need shin guards. Like there's always, it's going to be cheaper to play. And not to mention there's a lot more soccer fields and a lot more basketball courts than there are hockey rinks and to a certain extent baseball diamonds.
Well, listen, all you parents out there that have kids playing hockey or soccer or any sport, do you guys realize how much you could do without spending money to become a better player? Mm-hmm. Do you realize what your kid can do at home by himself? You clear out your garage, you get him a stick, you get him some cheap pucks, and he could do so much work to get better without costing you any money.
What do you think about the private lesson thing?
You're going to need that eventually. That costs money. I get that. Yeah, skating lessons. Yeah. But you could skate yourself, too. You can get rollerblades. Go to the park with your kid and rollerblade for an hour and a half. That helps, okay? Pass pucks. My dad had no idea what to do. We cleared out the basement. He's down there, doesn't even know how to stick handle. He's just passing me pucks. I'm shooting it. Passing me pucks. I'm shooting it. I'm stick handling in the basement. I'm stopping. I'm starting. Then I'm starting to do lunges I could do. That doesn't cost any money.
And I'm sure it can't replace one-on-one instruction, but nowadays with YouTube, you can find probably training videos and resources out there that won't cost you an arm and a leg or anything.
You're already doing that. But again, like if your kid's good enough, like you're going to have to spend the money on private skating lessons and stuff like that. But for the parents out there, there's so much you can do to get to the next level without any instruction. Your kid just has to be disciplined, and you got to clear out a little bit of space. And you could do one-legged jumps. You don't have to be at a gym to do that. You could do your push-ups. You could do this. You could do that. You could stick handle all day. You could shoot pucks, backhand, forehand, backhand, forehand. There's so much you could do to be better as a kid without going to the rink and spending money on ice time, spending money on a next player to go out there for 40 minutes with your kid.
Were you just a natural skater?
Yeah, I was a sprinter.
Because that's about 80% of the game.
I rollerbladed every day. I rollerbladed. I was obsessed with it.
Yeah.
I rollerbladed. So that just helped. Like we couldn't just go get ice time. Like you can't just do that. Like nowadays, I guess you can, but we couldn't. So I'm rollerblading every day, stick handling, rollerblading, stick handling, push-ups, sit-ups, do all that stuff. I got obsessed with it.
Parents have to be honest with their kids and let them know they can't always do what they want to do. It's an important life lesson that many people aren't learning these days. Used equipment is the cost-saving way to go. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan. Send the kids to play golf. No team sport drama, just you and the ball and learning that you love to hate yourself for 4.5 hours. It's from the 5-7.
It doesn't cut down on the cost much.
Certainly not.
Well, the team sport things where your kid learns to be a better person, too.
I think there's benefits in a major way to both, like playing a team sport and also playing something like golf or tennis, something where it's much more individualized. Because, I think playing both as a youth really can help because it teaches you how to. At some points, you got to do everything on your own. You got to figure it out on yourself. There's no one to blame but yourself, but you take all the glory. And then a team sport, how to work with others towards a common goal.
That's what I learned the most.
So much benefit to both. I think doing one or the other can also give you those benefits, but both I think are really crucial.
Even being a good teammate, knowing that you got and then you retire, then you get into this business,
right?
And hey, I'll jump in for you. I'll be a good teammate. What do you need me to do?
Learning how to embrace your role.
Yeah, here, what do you got? Okay, I'll do this. I'll do that. So yeah, I know. But if I did have a daughter though, I'd get her into golf. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
If I had a son or daughter, you're playing golf.
Getting that
Just
head start.
Get a head start. Just learn.
You can play baseball and hockey and soccer your entire life, but by the time you're in your 40s, the sport you'll be playing is likely golf.
It's
and
golf.
If you got
You
that
play
head
golf.
start on it,
But you can also think of that the other way. You're only young and can play these other sports for a finite period of your life. And you can play golf till you're 90 if you're still walking.
I just would want my kids to understand the game at a younger age and just know that they can go out there without maybe playing for 2 weeks and hit it down the pipe. Yeah, you're not going to shoot what you want to shoot, but you still know what you're doing. You know, you're not triple bogeying every hole.
But if you ever want to play football or baseball or hockey, you got to do that as a kid. Most people aren't doing it when they're 30. Not that they couldn't, but you don't have time.
I would say football. You could get away with football at the beginning of just being a good athlete.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Hockey, you got to learn how to skate. Baseball, you need to learn how to hit that ball, and that you got to practice. But football, I feel like if you're just a good athlete, that coach is going to be like, you run this way, you cut over, you catch that ball, you take that ball, you hit this guy. Like, you could get into football easier if you're a really good athlete without even knowing the sport.
For sure.
Oh, yeah. There have been players in the NFL who didn't play much football at all. There were some who were college basketball players, became NFL players.
Yeah. They're like, just you're fast.
Yeah.
Oh, and you could jump and
Big,
grab that ball.
athletic,
You're a wide receiver or you're a tight end.
Yeah. Jimmy Graham.
Might almost be better because you haven't been hit 1,000 times before you get out there.
I know. Even at a young age, those kids are crushing each other.
You know that there's a lot of NBA players that could be playing in the NFL.
Careful. But people get real upset about that.
You could.
Athletic-wise,
people get upset.
Athletic-wise, no, the best athletes in the world by a mile. Okay. But once you get hit by that 6'1", 260-pound linebacker that wants blood, and he catches you right in your sternum for the first time in your life,
yeah.
All right, go across the middle again.
Change your perspective.
Go across the middle again.
But you could put together some of the greatest wide receivers in the history of the NFL with players who are in the NBA.
Yeah.
6'8" guys who are with speed and can jump 4 feet out of the air.
Gotta take
you tell me those guys couldn't be a receiver in the NFL.
This was a big debate a few years ago. It was like which would be an easier sport, like NFL players transitioning to the NBA or NBA players transitioning to the NFL. I just think the skill like there's like basketball requires a little bit more skill, whereas football requires a lot more toughness.
Yeah,
I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Which is it easier to develop in your 20s, toughness or skill? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
Toughness.
I think basketball players could jump into football easier than football players could into basketball by a mile. But once you get clocked,
different story.
You get punched in the mouth. Sometimes you think differently.
Yeah, it changes. But you couldn't take an average NFL player and make him an NBA player. Not in the least.
No.
But almost, I bet you most NBA guys could find a position somewhere where they could be competitive in the NFL.
I tend to agree,
defensive
but
back, receiver, something like that.
I said this a few years ago on Balloon Party, and the world lit up on me.
You said what we agree on?
Yeah, 100%.
What was their rebuttal to that?
It's always about like NBA players are soft and this, that.
They might not last long, but they can go in there and run some routes.
Yeah.
I saw that
Bobby Big Wheels. Basketball players are way too soft from Bobby Big Wheels.
If given the choice, they all play basketball over football.
100%. The money's better. You're not going to get injured. Yeah,
I would like to be a quarterback. Okay.
You said that yesterday. You said a good-looking quarterback in a D1 school is the best job in the world.
You're the man.
Yeah.
You're above everybody else. You stick out above everybody else. You are the man.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah. Sam Hartman, kid from Notre Dame.
That's one of the hottest guys going, Doug.
Okay.
Have you seen him?
I think so.
Boom.
Jackson Dart, you know that he's having a good time.
Well, I
in New
expect
York.
he is. Yeah.
If you're an athlete, you can play football and don't have to start till high school. It's from the chairman of the National Swingers Convention.
That's true. I agree with that. Yeah. I agree. I've seen guys that never touched the ball, and then all of a sudden, their freshman year, they're dominating football.
Yeah.
At Eureka, nonetheless, too, which is, they got a good football squad. Always have.
Yeah, it's football's about strength and toughness.
It's not a fun sport for me. It wasn't fun for me to play.
It depends on the position.
Inside linebacker, safety, and then fullback.
You didn't like those positions?
Stop, go. do this, do that, stop. Like, there's no freedom.
I had a friend who played college football, NAIA, so not like D1 or anything, but great guy and a great football player. But he was a guard. He was an offensive lineman. And I said, "Did you have fun?" He goes, "Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of fun." I go, "Did you ever touch the ball once in your college football career?" He goes, "No." He never touched the ball once.
Offensive line's no fun.
Oh, it's the worst position in all sports.
It's the most important in all of football. The offensive line is, you look at any great football team, they're probably behind an incredible offensive line, and they're it's the most thankless job. But that just doesn't seem very fun.
It's the worst. It's the worst job in all of sports.
Probably so.
Maybe besides being a tough guy back in the 90s. Heavyweight.
My buddy said the worst thing is when the interception was thrown and he had to switch from blocking to tackling and just getting blindside blocked from the side.
God, from somebody coming 100 miles an hour.
Like a defensive end finally gets to like lay some wood like on one of these giant guys out in space, and he's like, but
think about it.
Brutal.
You're an offensive lineman. You're like this. Ready to go. Fall down. Get up like, oh, God. Do it again. Fall down. Boom.
And now 50 more times.
50 more times. Head on head.
Yeah.
Antonio Gates is a Hall of Fame tight end and didn't play college football. He played basketball. It's from Jim Edmonds, tractor mechanic.
The Cowboys had a defensive back years ago. Cornell Green was an all-pro guy. Didn't play a lick of football.
Yeah.
College basketball star.
Yeah. Where's the guy that played football their whole life and I was like, I'm playing basketball, later on in his life.
Can't do that.
No.
Elijah Wan was one where he didn't play much basketball at all until, he was in his late teens. But that's an exception, not a real example.
I think I read that Calvin Pete, the golfer, didn't pick up golf till he was like 30.
That makes me mad. That's furious, doesn't it?
Makes me mad.
The same buddy I just mentioned who plays college football is damn near a scratch golfer. And he didn't pick up clubs until after college.
Who is this?
Frustrating.
It's
Calvin
so frustrating.
Pete.
Was that a quarterback?
No, he was a golfer.
Was there a Pete that was a quarterback?
Amanda Pete. She's an actress. She's pretty good.
Yeah. Rodney Pete?
Yeah, that's who
who
you're
I'm
thinking
thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I skate with some guys, that are really good hockey players, and they're just scratch golfers. And then they can go hit a baseball.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, you just have it.
Did Justin Gage play both sports at Mizzou?
I believe so.
Kellen Winslow did too.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
Tate.
Played a little bit
Tate.
of basketball.
How's he
Tate
doing?
do both?
Kellen Winslow?
Yeah.
He did just fine in the NFL.
How's he doing now?
You're talking about his son?
Oh,
or
that's
Kellen?
what it is. Yeah, his son.
His son has had some issues.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
Remember he came out in that post game? He's like, I'm a soldier. Wasn't that him?
I think so.
Justin Gage plays both football and basketball at the University of Missouri.
Winslow.
He was on the team that reached the Elite Eight in 2002.
Oh.
And then Coach Larry Smith converted him to a wide receiver.
Cam, who's the best athlete to come out of Missouri, St. Louis? Probably Jason Tatum. Or
of all
Kirkwood Boy receiver.
Macklin?
Jerry Macklin?
Yeah.
He's way up there.
He's up there. I mean, Jason Tatum, you can run faster than him?
JT
Are you going to jump higher than him?
Max Scherzer's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
But athletic-wise.
Are we talking about like best sports person, or are we talking about pure athleticism?
Pure athlete.
And you're defining athlete by how fast they run and jump,
Well,
how high they
everything,
jump.
man. How fast can you run? How can you do this? Can you? I don't know. Yeah. Basically, how high can you jump and how fast can you run? I mean,
I guess that's it.
Then you can morph in anything you want. I guess.
Yeah,
you have good eye contact with stuff.
I guess it's
Jackie Joyner Kersey get in that discussion?
Yeah, I'm throwing her
if we're
in
talking
there.
pure athleticism.
I'm throwing her in there
for women.
Lovely woman.
She wouldn't match up against Jason Tatum. Come on.
Do you think she's faster than Jason Tatum?
Probably not.
You don't think so?
No.
JoJo White would be way up there.
I think if you lined up peak Tatum against peak JJK, she wins. I agree.
I think she wins.
I don't know. We're talking.
And I'm a
men
realist
against
when it comes to
women.
this stuff. I think she wins.
Ezekiel Elliott getting some love from
Yeah.
DJ Jazzy Jeff Auer Pujols. Trent Green.
Who's the worst pro athlete to come out of?
No one in this room. Nobody in this room.
No.
Who's the worst professional athlete that came out of St. Louis? Like the worst athlete.
It's a tough question.
Me and Batty? I don't know.
It's
probably
race to the bottom.
There's probably a kicker somewhere. Maybe he made it.
He's probably fast though.
Google has an answer for me, Doug.
What?
Rusty Lish.
Oh, yeah, quarterback.
It says frequently cited as one of the least effective players coming out of St. Louis.
I think he's Belleville. Kevin Lish was his son, big star for the Billikens. His daughter was a big star also for the Billikens women's team.
Jaden Cox getting some love, the Mizzou wrestler, Olympic bronze medalist wrestler, and multi-time national champion.
My buddy says Kerry Robinson is best athlete. He plays hockey too with us.
How about Yogi Berra, one of the all-time greats?
See, this is where we get
like much of an athlete.
This is where we get into like the best sports person versus best like pure athlete.
What'd you say?
Question was best.
It's my shower partner. You didn't hear that?
Yogi Berra?
Yes.
What do you mean?
You guys didn't hear the story?
No.
I didn't tell this?
That you shower with Yogi Berra?
Remember that?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, I was a young kid with the Devils, and I'm in the locker room. All the guys are gone. I'm doing extra work. I come back in the locker room. I get into the shower. An old man's in there. And he's old. And I talked to him for 20 minutes, and he asked me every single question about myself. I'm bragging about everything I've done. I'm the first one ever to play on this St.
You
Louis.
start talking in Irish accent.
I am bragging about myself to this old man for 20 minutes. Get the shampoo for him, have a lovely conversation. I don't even think to ask about him. I thought he worked as like a janitor or something.
And then, of course, you wouldn't ask about him then.
I look down upon him. I'm such an idiot. And he's even bringing up, so he's like, yeah, I'm from, I didn't even ask a question. And 20 minutes. And then the next day I get in the locker room. I'm like talking to Scott Gomez. I go, who's that? I showered with an old man yesterday. And I go, who the hell was that? He goes, that with the short old man. He goes, Cam, you don't know who that was? I go, no. I go, who was he? He goes, that's Yogi Berra. I go, who's Yogi Berra?
No.
I did.
It would be acceptable maybe if you weren't from here.
Idiot.
If you weren't from here, now you're talking like it's now you're doing the Italian.
I'm in a bubble. Come on.
Truly one of the all-time greats.
I know.
And where was this?
In Jersey.
In Jersey, in our practice locker room. He was really good friends with Lou Lamoriello, who was really good friends with George Steinbrenner.
Sure.
They're best buddies. And so George would come in, they'd all hang out, and Yogi would come in to work out with Lou when no one was there, and I was there late. And I showered with him.
Did St. Louis
Lovely conversation.
Did St. Louis come up that you guys were both from there?
Yes. And I still didn't figure it out.
Did he tell you played baseball?
No, he kept asking me questions because he's a sweetheart of a
Great
man.
guy, yeah.
Mount Rushmore of people you showered with.
I have some good ones.
Why are you even talking to people you're showering with?
Because that's
Don't you just kind of keep your head down?
Because when you're showering with dudes all the time, it's not abnormal. You know what I mean?
Abnormal.
Is that what it is?
No, he got it right. It's
Did I really?
Oblong abnormal.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
No, you got it. After saying I didn't know who Yogi Berra was, especially after a 20-minute conversation and a shower with the man.
It's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call for me. No, it was. I was like, I need to do a better job of having a conversation with people.
Yeah.
It's not all about you idiot.
Yeah.
You got to. If I would ask one question, I would have figured that out.
I will say there's growth, though, because you've come in here today dropping knowledge about the population of South America and all the you've
useless information.
You've come a long way. Ken.
Thank you.
You've learned from
It
your
also
mistakes.
shows that sometimes we don't respect elderly people like we should.
I thought he was a janitor. I looked down on him.
Because a lot of these guys, especially you see an old guy with an old Vietnam hat on, and you think, "Ooh, get the old man out of here," and you realize he was a bigger badass than you'll ever be.
Anytime I see that hat, I go right up to those guys. I'm like, "Hey, I like that hat." Oh yeah. I don't think a lot of youth kids maybe even realize that now, and eventually it's going to fade away. They're not going to be wearing those hats anymore. They're all going to die off. So, but
even then, when you see somebody who's really old, you just have no idea what they went through, what they've done in their life.
What have they done?
Just because they're old now doesn't mean that they were always
They've been through a lot.
weaker than you and not as cool as you are.
I agree with that, man.
Hey, it's a good life lesson right there.
You got to respect the elders. And I didn't in that particular situation, and I felt bad for years.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a break, come back with more of TMA. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in just a few moments. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen as we broadcast live from the Stiefel Studios.
For over 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. What does Stifel do? Pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank, yep, you own a business. They've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After, live on 101 ESPN. We're broadcasting from the Stifel Studios, and the show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are about to do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today with that Schaefer Door Company $5,000 garage door on the line for the winner of the month. Before we do so, I want to hear about our friends over at Design Air from Seth Goldcamp. Tim's going to talk about Design Air right now.
Design Air Heating and Cooling has been advertising on The Morning After for more than a decade. Sponsor of the email of the day, and Seth Goldcamp and his team have been taking care of me, of Martin, and Doug, and hundreds of TMA listeners over the years. And the reason is because people know they can count on them to fix it and be honest with them. We had a listener about a month and a half ago reach out and say, hey, I went with another HVAC company for my mom, and they went out there and told her she needed an $18,000 repair. So I reached out to Design Air. They come out there and just tell her that a wire's disconnected. They fix it. That's it. Saved her $18,000. That's doing the right thing. That's what you can count on from Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling since 1904. Designairservice.com.
All right, Cam, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email.
Let's go.
Oh, okay.
All right, good morning. I'd like to take a moment to send out a little PSA to all the stay-at-home moms who had the leprechaun visit their precious little ones last night for St. Patrick's Day. F you and stop it. It's bad enough we have to deal with this elf-on-the-shelf crap for a month. Not every single holiday needs to turn into some magical Pinterest-crafted experience. What's next? Am I supposed to start making custom wood carvings because Puxatawny Phil is stopping by for Groundhog Day? Enough! And another thing, St. Patrick's Day is for adults. If a leprechaun is bringing your kid anything, it should be a pair of brass knuckles for when they get into an alley fight in Chicago in 15 years. Knock it off, ladies. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Dang.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Leprechaun Day. As I stopped for a can of Skull at my local gas station this morning, my eye caught the presence of a burly husky man, sans green, thumbing through the beef jerky options. I decided to do what any good Irishman would do and pinch him for his sins. And as my hand caressed his bulbous backside for a pinch, I caught the glimmer of a grin and a near audible yes. My pinch sparked a fire, and he was coming for my pot of gold. Stumbling into the beer cooler, we celebrated this fine holiday morning simultaneously screaming, Aaron go ba?
Aaron go bra.
Aaron go bra.
You've never heard that?
No, sir.
That's what the Irish say on St. Patty's Day.
I know.
Aaron go bra.
Okay. Aaron go bra.
Well, that's like long live the Irish or something like that.
Right. Ireland forever.
Yeah.
Okay, good knowledge. Aaron go bra. Whilst balancing precariously atop a pallet of PBR. Acrobatics complete, I exited, you said excited. I exited and paid for my skull with love in my soul. 'Twas a pleasant beginning to this green-tinted holiday of bad decisions. That comes from Bro Fallon. I'm McLovin' it.
Bro Fallon.
I don't know if this is the correct place to address the complaint I've been having, but I need this issue fixed as soon as possible. I connected with Doug after a message he sent me through MySpace. He said he had a special offer for a new idea he was starting. I've already paid $1,000 for my yearly subscription, and the transaction did go through, so I'm just wondering when the Vaughn khaki crotch cam will be up and running. That comes from the Tin Man.
Tin Man.
This guy wants me to do an Irish accent for the St. Patty's Day edition of Email Today.
If you could, yeah.
I won't be doing that.
All right.
Along the green roads of morning light where hedges meet the Irish bog, there rides with a fellow bold and bright, the wandering lad named Doug. He roams the park and rivers wide, wherever roads and hills may roll, for Doug's the sort who'll never stop a roamin' in search of the glorious of holes. Raise a cheer for wandering Doug. He'll need the luck of the Irish to bring end to his query. May he find strength during his hero's journey. May him the glory he seeks before he becomes too wary. That's from Fred O'Dryer's Mushroom Mark.
Fred O'Dryer's Mushroom Mark.
Looked in the mirror and didn't like what I saw. I am the Jose De Leon of emailers, just good enough to lose. But this email is about the trickery. It's about trickery in the man-on-man flush game.
Oh.
Robertsville State Park was jam-packed. We moseyed over to the offset quarry, and there I saw him, body like an Adonis. Looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger with a Eureka accent. But how did I get his attention? I was just some Afton hillbilly, so I flung myself down the hill into the water. He pulled me up by his man hands and just started giving me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
No.
What he didn't know was I was playing opossum. I was giving my buddies a little smirk and pulled a Squints Palidorus, grabbed my future lover by the nape of his neck and pulled him in and laid a wet kiss on his mouth. As our swimsuit-covered appendages rubbed against each other, he reciprocated my flirting with some tongue play, like a panther chameleon lizard. That's from Maker Sean.
It's Kevin Miller.
Yeah.
It's from Kevin Miller.
I think he mistakenly put Maker instead of Major.
Oh. Well, I'm going to say the name then. Maker, Eric, and then the last name is Sean.
Major Eric Schoon.
Top O of the morning to you. Today we celebrate with our soul. I don't want to say that.
Don't even read it if you don't have to.
Today we celebrate with our brethren the time of a magic traveler came to the Emerald Isle and rid the countryside. This is. I don't want to. I don't know if I can read all this.
Blocking.
I probably can. I don't know.
It's not winning.
Okay, all right. I'm just not gonna.
Okay.
I
to the
play it
next one.
safe, man. I'm just a boy.
Sure.
How tan do those Venezuelan boys get in the summer? Chet asked me as he wiped mustard from the inner thigh. We were watching the WBC, rooting for the cutest team. We were torn through because it was Italy versus Venezuela, and both teams were filled with tight pant bubble butt hunks.
Oh.
We had quite the spread of food, too. We had pretzels, mini weenies, Hawaiian pizza, spaghetti, lasagna, smoked pork steaks, cheesecake brownies, and beef jerky. Just two-man that piece. We were happy with the outcome of the game. Venezuela against the US of A, baby. If the home team wins, you will need a pry bar to get Ched and I off each other. Go USA, go red, white, and blue, go Old Glory. Twinks up, bears down. It's from Chet's neighbor.
Chet's neighbor.
And then this is the final email here, Doug.
Okay, good.
Hey, diddle diddle, Doug's in the middle. The cow jumped over the moon. The little piddle laughed to see such sport with Tim away and we spoon. That comes from Rub Me Wrong.
Just awful. Just awful. Rub me wrong. He's new.
That didn't rhyme. Did it rhyme?
No.
It rhymed at the beginning. It rhymed.
Diddle, middle, moon,
Doug's
spoon.
But there's a line in between spoon and moon.
But the pentameter of it all, I think.
Not if the first two lines rhyme.
Hey, diddle, diddle, Doug's in the middle. The cow jumped over the moon. Little piddle laughed to see such sport with Tim away and we spoon.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Thank you.
I don't know. Did you write it?
I did not. I'm out of the email game.
Yeah, that's true. Blueberry PP. All right, that's going to do it for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We will have our secret ballot cast, and then we will announce the winner around 9:55. Cam, I know you got to head out of here. But
I'll be here tomorrow.
We appreciate
everybody. Enjoy their St. Patty's Day.
Every
today.
contribution you give us. Yeah, we appreciate you, man.
Aaron go bra.
Is that what it is? I think we're getting chirped on the text line because we screwed that up.
Well, I'm sorry.
All good.
I'm just trying my best out here.
That's
man.
all.
That's all.
That's
I'm
all
just
you
a
do,
boy.
baby.
That's the title of segment 3.
I'm just a boy.
I'm just a boy.
I'm just a boy, and I'm just trying to make it work.
Yep.
Trying to make this little dream of ours a reality.
You're doing a dang good job.
Thank you, brother. We're going to take a break, come back with more of the morning after. You are listening to 101 ESPN. This program is presented to you by Brandon Crouppen as we broadcast live from the Stiefel Studios. Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. You can use them on your bracket picks, on your money line, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are available for a limited time. If you're looking to bet a little bit of tournament action, we got the tournament starting tonight, UMBC versus Howard in the 16 play-in game, and then you got Texas versus NC State in the 11 play-in game. I really like Texas -1.5 tonight. Put that into your FanDuel account and just wait for the money to roll in. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to learn more. You must be 21 and present in Missouri. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are we back to Boots Randolph?
It's a Bootsy Tuesday.
Okay.
I know you like it. Ooh.
Yeah.
Tickle that ivory.
Mm-hmm.
The sax is just kind of meandering around, trying to find its way.
Yeah. It's just so smooth.
Ooh.
You're listening to The Morning After. Back from commercial break here. We are in our Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour, and we'll have the results of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling Email Today competition. At the end of the radio program, Cam had to bounce out of here. He told us already that he was going to be out of 10. I thought he was going to be out of 10 yesterday, but he stayed the entire time. I think he's going to stay the entire time tomorrow, and then Martin will be back on Thursday, joining us Thursday and Friday, and then Tim will be back, so we'll be back to full strength come Monday of next week. But if you're looking to watch a little NCAA tournament action, I got an idea for you. The NCAA men's basketball tournament tips off this week, and you can watch the games this Thursday and Friday with 101 ESPN and Bud Light. This Thursday, join BK and Ferrario from 11 to 2, and then the Fast Lane from 2 to 6, broadcasting live from Helen Fitzgerald's. Then on Friday, you can join both shows as they broadcast live from Ray's Sports House in Soulard. Enjoy some food, a cold Bud Light, 101 giveaways, and plenty of screens to watch all the games. You can get more details at 101ESPN.com. Our Madness of March broadcasts are refreshed by Bud Light. It's easy to drink and easy to enjoy.
The tournament actually starts tonight.
Yes.
Howard against UMBC, 5:40.
That's right. And you can catch that game right here on 101ESPN.com, and it'll immediately be followed by Texas and NC State. Predictionary, Doug, who you got, Howard or UMBC?
Oh, hell, you think I watched either one of these teams play?
You've certainly watched Howard once. Missouri played them to open up the season.
I didn't watch it. I'll say UMBC,
Okay.
just because they have some history of winning a big game.
Certainly.
And Texas.
Yeah, I really like Texas tonight against NC State, even though I've given out NC State before and said how much I like them. I think Texas could do a little something. I put down a couple. Look at me doing some show prep. I have some March Madness facts for you here, Doug.
Have you?
You want some?
Yes,
quick facts?
I'd like some facts.
Only 2 number 10 seeds have reached the Sweet 16 in the past 8 tournaments. That's the fewest in any tournament span in the modern era. Only 2 10 seeds have reached the Sweet 16 in the past 8 tournaments. Not great for Missouri fans, as Missouri sits as a 10 seed.
Buck the trend.
Yeah, why not? For Illinois fans, a number 3 seed hasn't made the Final Four since 2019.
Okay. But that's meaningless. That's that.
But? Why would that be meaningless?
Well, because it's not like it's going to affect, like a 3 seed couldn't possibly do it.
I don't know, that Super Bowl East-West stat we threw out.
Yeah. Did that come to fruition?
I don't know. I said that not knowing if
I couldn't remember if it was going west. Yeah, I think going west, the teams win, right?
Yes, because the Patriots would have always gone west in their little run.
But they didn't win this time.
Like once you
don't know that, yeah.
Once you get past the first round, I'm not sure the seeds even matter. They're all good teams at that point.
What was when you were at Florida Gulf Coast and they had that year, what was their seed?
15.
They were 15?
Yeah, 15.
And they made it to the
Sweet 16.
Yeah.
St. Peter's was a 15 seed a couple of years ago that made it to the Elite 8. Here's a very interesting one. Both Missouri fans and Illinois should listen to this. No team has won a national championship after losing its first game in their conference tournament. Both Illinois and Missouri lost their first game in the conference tournament. Huh. Interesting little note there. Just one number 2 seed has made it to the championship game in the past 12 tournaments. It's a little odd.
That's unusual.
Just one. I believe that was Villanova.
Boy, these sure are a lot of facts.
A number 5 seed has never won the championship. The only seed amongst the top 8 that has not done so.
Okay.
Number 5 seed has not ever won the championship.
So NC State, when they won it all that year with Valvano, were they an 8?
I believe they were an 8 seed, yes. A number 15 seed has won a first-round game in 3 of the past 5 years, and each of those teams went on to reach at least the Sweet 16. That's interesting to me.
Here we go, Queens.
So not only does the 15 seed win 3 out of the last 5, but they don't win just one. See, Princeton.
Don't say
Missouri.
Princeton.
Queens, Furman, Idaho, or Tennessee State. Which is the most likely?
I can't name you a coach nor a player from any of those schools, but I'll pretend like I know.
Furman, Idaho.
Give me Idaho. Give me the Vandals. Why not?
Taking out Houston?
Sure. Oh, yeah. Well, never mind.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I guess
You can say none of the above.
Tennessee State at Queens.
Maybe Tennessee State. I don't know. Iowa State's really good.
Boy.
Purdue only because they've lost in first rounds before to a 16 seed. So I guess betting odds would tell me Queens. Right here in St. Louis, Doug, they're going to do it.
And Queens is the school yesterday I was trying to think of that is being absorbed by Elon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Both in North Carolina. That makes sense. We are very behind on breaks, and for the first time, that's actually on me, 100% on me. It's always on me, but this time it's really on me. So we will take a commercial break here to get right. I'll be back with more of the morning after coming up on the other side of the commercial break. You're listening to TMA live on 101 ESPN as we broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. We got coverage round the clock here with the NCAA tournament on 101 ESPN. First round coverage on the 19th begins at 6 p.m. It also begins at 6 p.m. on the 20th. Second round coverage on the 21st begins at 11 a.m. all right here on 101 ESPN. So if you're driving around in your car and you're wanting to hear some tournament action, 101 ESPN is the best place to do it. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen as we are in the Stiefel Studios here in the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. It is 10:14 in St. Louis, and that time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. If you missed any of the program today, go check it out on the Schaefer Door Company podcast. We had Cam Jansen in here talking hockey, talking youth sports, talking about everything, talking about Ireland, talking about everything with Cam Jansen. We love having Cam in. He'll be back in with us tomorrow. We're talking a lot of tournament action. Doug, there's a guy I know. He loves both the Billikens. He loves the Illinois Fighting Illini, both teams in the tournament. That guy I'm talking about is, of course, Mark Milton.
Oh,
STL tax
sure.
lawyer.
Big supporter of both programs. He went to the University of Illinois. That's where he got his accounting degree, and now he is the STL tax lawyer. You got any kind of problems with your taxes, Mark Milton is your guy. He'll take on the godforsaken tax man. Maybe you've got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or even worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. If so, you've got some problems, but Mark Milton is right there to help you through it. That's what he does. He is at stltaxlawyer.com, and he provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark Milton is right here in St. Louis, helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. He started his career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the absolute best in the country. If you have any kind of tax problems, he can help you out. He's at stltaxlawyer.com. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
That's Mark Milton.
Yes, that's exactly who it is.
That's right. We have the Missouri Tigers coming to St. Louis to play on Friday evening. Dennis Gates had this message to St. Louis business owners when talking about NIL and retaining players.
Kobe Brown didn't have to stay here, but he chose to stay here, and I thank his family because that's the foundation. Tamar Bates didn't have to come back. Caleb Grill didn't have to come back, and I'm just noting those guys that stand out. Mark Mitchell didn't have to come back, guys. And ultimately in the transactional world, Trent Pierce, Ant Robinson, they turned down a lot of money just to come back. And I appreciate that. So if you're out there listening, we need help. It's always good NIL deals in St. Louis that can take place for us to keep our players on this roster the right way. There's a lot of businesses in the St. Louis area. I can list them all. We need you. We need your help. We need your support.
Isn't it amazing how that's what college sports has come to?
Yeah.
Coaches begging companies to give them money so they can pay the players. It used to be if you ever got caught giving a player a $5 bill,
you got him a chicken sandwich at the university center, you were in some trouble.
Yeah, you'd be facing suspension. It's a hard sell, I'm sure, to do that year after year.
We talked about that Amir Khan, that hype man for McNeese State, and he was making, as just the student manager walking out with a boombox around him, he was making six figures in NIL deals. He had his boombox sponsored, and I mean, I'm not going to hate on the go get your money, get that bag.
Sure,
Doug.
if you can do it. It just seems like it's a tough sell for all the different places companies could be sending their charitable dollars to send it off to pay players to play sports. I don't know. That seems like a tough sell to me. Although it must be working because they're doing it all over the country.
MIZ-NIL has zero return on the investment. I already got nickel and dime for football. Won a freaking tourney game. Gates, then ask. That's from Warson Woods Wacko.
Huh.
In fairness, he does have one tournament win in his tenure at Missouri. I get tired of college athletics and begging for money. Figure it out. That's from the 636. We talked about it with Senator Schmidt when he was on with us. Was that last week? Maybe 2 weeks ago. He was talking about how it used to be where the programs would make the money, like football and to a lesser extent basketball, and then that would fund almost all of the athletic department. And now a lot of that money goes towards trying to pay players for those for-profit teams, and it sometimes doesn't get worked back into the athletic department. It's this weird spot, and it's always going to be tough, especially for colleges, D1 universities. Like when they're crying poor, you're going to always be like, come on. Like if you have a kid at Mizzou and you're spending however much money you are and then you hear basketball or football coach being like, we need more money, send us more money. It's like, well, what are we doing here? Like it seems like you guys have more money than you know what to do with, and yet you're asking for more. So I feel like there needs to be the right message enabled for it, because I understand what Gates or Drinkwitz or any coach is saying when they say that, because it's not like sending your tuition goes to the same pool of money that it goes to for the NIL fund, and not necessarily ticket revenue goes towards NIL fund stuff. I get where they're coming from, but I think the message has to be correct.
And it's not at Mizzou. This isn't happening there. But can you imagine being like an LSU booster and they're begging for money? Meanwhile, they're paying 3 coaches at the same time, 2 of which aren't actually coaching the program.
A coach makes $8 or $9 million, and he's begging people to step up and pay money so they can make more, or at least pay the kids.
Yeah,
that's a tough sell. I guess that's why they go right to the businesses. They feel like they can't really shake down individuals, I don't think. Though I bet they try. Certain individuals, anyway.
Yeah.
That's why pooling the media rights is such a big deal. It can help fund the non-revenue sports, and it feels like that's not being focused on as much. It's from Al in Dadeville. I would agree. I think that there needs to be something where there's a bet we talked about with Senator Schmidt as well about how much viewership it gets and how the media rights deal doesn't reflect the viewership, and there definitely needs to be something worked out there. There probably needs to be some sort of salary cap on how much NIL teams can spend given on sports, but I think that needs to be a salary cap that's agreed upon by the universities and the leagues and the conference and the NCAA, along with the players, some sort of players association like they have in Major League Baseball or NHL or NFL or NBA. I think if that's the case, we can continue, because I think a lot of people agree college athletes should be paid for their work, making all this money, generating all this revenue. They should be paid for that. But you don't want to take steps backwards as well and be like, well, we'll now decide unilaterally without your opinion on how much you guys should make or how much you can make given a certain school. I think if there's a mutually agreed upon, then everyone's happy. So that's generally what I think.
But could you ever get them to mutually agree upon it?
Well, you could say the same thing about Major League Baseball Players Association, and NFL.
And that's a problem.
It's always tough. It's always negotiations. It's business. But yeah, I think
that's why they're trying to get some sort of executive in Washington to lead all of college sports, kind of rein it back into reality.
Right. Yeah, I think there certainly is a happy medium between the wild, wild west we live in now with the college athletics and where it once was, where, people have to, the Jameis Winston story is always something I go back to, or, where players used to go hungry at night because they'd be practicing all day and they couldn't keep a job with the schedule they had, but they also couldn't make any money from what they were doing, so they were just in bad shape. So there's a happy medium somewhere, and I think we just got to figure out where that is.
The 908 asks, do you think there's eventually going to be a CBA where players get paid X amount of dollars depending on their team priority, then said player can get a separate privately funded deal for their name and likeness?
I think I'm going to be on board with like anything where it's going to be mutually agreed upon by the college athletes and the colleges and the leagues and the NCAA. I think everyone needs to have a seat at the table to have that conversation. I think once you leave one entity out of it, which right now the NCAA is kind of the entity being left out of it, I think they need to be included, and then from there, then the college players need to be included to talk about how are we going to make this the most productive and sustainable. The key is sustainability, because right now college athletics are doing massive numbers, and right now it's like nothing to slow down. But where's that sustainability? At one point, we had heard Troy Aikman talk about it with his experience. It's like, at what point are people be like, yeah, I'm not going to spend any more money on your NIL collective, And I think that point is
it's coming quickly. You can't beg like this every year, can you? But that's what it would take.
Right. And that's what I mean. Football coach for Kentucky said, I can't remember his name at the top of my head right now, and if it was football season, they absolutely could. Mark Stoops. He said it on the radio show. He's like, yeah, you guys want to complain about, we're not in where we should be in the SEC standings. we needed more NIL money. We can't necessarily compete with all these other schools in NIL. We got to get somewhere near there if you want to see results on the field, you know? So it's tough. Less sports, more PP, please. How about Dear Deidre? It's your daddy.
You guys are going to have to handle it because I'm not going to be much good to you anymore.
Yeah,
I'm out of the Dear Deidre game.
I ate some dog food in the last commercial break.
Yeah, me and Doug
I kind of got a bad taste in my mouth.
We tried the Purina bacon strips here during the break. Mm-hmm. Honestly, not terrible.
Not the worst.
If you had to eat it, if you were starving,
I got uncomfortable and Doug went back for a second bite.
Well, I wanted to be sure that I got the correct taste.
The ingredients are pork, barley, rice, ground wheat, soybean meal, oatmeal, sugar, ground yellow corn, glycerin. That sounds good.
I know when I wake up in the morning, the thing I want most in my esophagus is some barley.
Yeah. I got up this morning and I promised myself I wouldn't eat dog food.
Don't make promises.
Here we are.
Yeah. You're
tempting.
Writing a check your ass can't cash. Heiser House Hooligan's really upset with me that I didn't read his email. Boots Randolph would have read my email, you soft-chinned soy boy. If you want everyone to write in fictional homoerotic stories, just say that. Don't punish the people trying to write witty, clean, humored emails. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan. I apologize. Okay. I just always, when in doubt, err on the side of caution. And I saw some things where I said, I'm having some cautious issues here.
Okay, throw it out. Block him.
It is what it is. Try again tomorrow. There's no ill will there. I'm not upset with you, Heiser House Hooligan. I just didn't want to read the email. That's the option I reserve.
It's a privilege. It's not a right to have.
There you go.
That's exactly right. And I think he is a good emailer. He sent in a lot of good emails before. I'm not saying it's bad. Sometimes that just happens. So apologies to him, but I stand by my reasoning. Less sports, more PP, please. I'm changing my name to Barley. It's from the Flat Avenue boy.
Okay.
LSU coaches are paid by the state of Louisiana, not the school, because they're a state school. That's why Governor Jeff Landry was so pissed after this last one, from 314, talking about the Brian Kelly situation down in Louisiana.
And I didn't know this. I guess I trust Alan Dadeville, but he says Auburn has 4 head coaches on the current payroll. Only one of them is Alex Golish.
Oh, really?
I mean, going backwards, who was last year? Who'd they fire?
They fired Hugh Freeze. At Auburn?
Yeah.
Hugh Freeze.
And I don't know off the top of my head who was before that, who they'd still be paying out.
Hugh Freeze and Malzahn. And then before, Brian Harsin, maybe? Brian Harsin, probably.
Sounds right.
Yeah. They've had a bunch.
And then they're begging people to send them money. It's a hard sell.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like a situation where it's wrong messenger, right message. I think it just needs to be a different kind of message that accomplishes the same goal. And then ultimately an overhaul of how this all works. I think players need to be paid, and universities and donors need to have a sustainable way to either get return on investment or just a more sustainable nature of doing it. Because asking people for hey, we want this linebacker, can you give us $2 million?
How are donors going to get a return on their investment?
Results on the field?
And what return is that? Just a moment of happiness?
It's not a monetary return in most cases. Yeah, it's not a monetary return. No, yeah, it's.
And you can't guarantee that either. A donor could step up and say, I'm going to pledge $5 million. Maybe go out and get half a dozen players. And none of those players might turn out to be any good.
Right. That's the key issue.
Or they may stay 1 year and bolt.
Yeah, that's the other thing is, you spend all that money to get somebody in there. There's no guarantee that they're going to stay beyond that. I mean, we saw Damon Wilson getting sued by Georgia for leaving, he only got $30,000 of the $300K that was supposed to come to him, and they sued him for the whole $300K, even though he didn't make that. It's like, and again, there just probably needs to be someone in charge of all of this, but it gets down to who's in charge of what? Is the SEC in charge of this? Is the Big Ten in charge of that? Where's the NCAA come in? Then states have different kind of laws for NIL. It's a mess.
Is the Trinidad Chambliss thing solved yet?
I think he's still appealing that, and so they don't know. They think he's going to be able to play, but people don't know. People are appealing. Diego Pavia appealed last year and won, so there's no real concern. I was just glad that Austin Simmons put pen to paper for Missouri before that Trinidad Chambliss news came out, because I was a little nervous he'd be heading back down to Oxford.
And on top of everything else, you got to hope the players don't eat dog food and get sick and miss a game.
What was the flavor like? That's what I'm really...
Bacon.
Yeah, it was kind of bacon.
And it had a beef jerky texture to it.
Yeah. I just imagine how much my dog would have liked it. But
just don't be left. Come on.
There's not a chance in hell I'm putting that in my mouth.
Bite out.
I'm
just
not
a nibble.
I'm not eating dog food.
Why not?
You guys are crazy.
It's made with real bacon.
No.
Yes, it is.
I'm sure that's fine.
We don't feed poison to our dogs.
I'm not saying you do. I just don't have to eat dog food.
Well, if you're hungry, you would.
Discipline, Doug. Discipline is the thing. And I discipline myself to not eat dog food. I eat human food. You got a wild.
Boy,
I'm glad. Hey, eat whatever you want. I'm not going to judge you, but
can you imagine a couple strips of this on a peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich?
That'd be really nice. Really, really sweet.
I want you to really think about what you just said.
That's living.
Peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich with dog food on it. And you said,
bacon
give
strips.
me more of that.
It's bacon strips.
The AKA dog food. Yeah. Good for the dog.
Dogs eat food off a table.
I might have that dog in me, but I don't want to have that dog food in me.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's wrap it up. That was weak. That was weak B material there. That was my B stuff. I just gave you a 78-mile-per-hour change-up down the gut. We'll be back with more of TMA here on 101 ESPN. We're in a Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. The results of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today will come at about 10:55. We'll be back on the other side of the break.
What do we have here?
This is Hoser. You You're listening to 101 ESPN, the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. And you can text in your thoughts, 314-399-9646, the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can call in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, which featured Larry Nickel today. Always good to hear from Larry. Is that right?
Sure it is.
Love hearing from Larry Nickel. We also love hearing from Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental. He does a great job taking care of people's teeth. If you have any teeth issues, go head over to 100 West Dental. Here's Tim talking about 100 West Dental right now.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan for 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com, and you can check them out on Manchester in Baldwin. Brand new technology. You walk in there, you don't feel like you're in a dentist's office, and that new technology leads to first-class care. It's a totally different experience, and it's a pleasant experience. You can book online right now without even picking up the phone and book the time that works best for you to go in and see the fine people at 100 West Dental. And on top of that, if you let them know you are a TMA listener, you get a free consultation. That's a $500 value just by letting them know you listen to The Morning After. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. They are on Manchester, they are in Baldwin, and they are giving TMA listeners a free consultation when you let them know you listen to The Morning After. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com.
It's 100 West Dental. Good job on the show today, Papers. You'll make a great Tim McKernan one day. That's from the 314. Was that kind of lemonading?
I think it is.
As a previous animal food inspector for the Department of Agriculture and FDA, I can tell you that your pet snacks are regulated to a similar level of human food. It's from 509.
Yeah.
See, we're good, Doug.
I think so. I mean, sometimes when you're eating at home, you give some of that food to the dog occasionally, right?
Yeah.
I do.
Within reason.
Yeah, so they can eat our food, we can eat theirs.
I don't know if it's reciprocal, but...
Cam leaves, and now we're talking about eating dog food. What the F is going on?
Well, I was hungry.
I think Cam would have been right in the middle of that if he would have
He would have 1,000% tried it.
You sit here 4 hours, the fella gets hungry, and dog food comes across his plate, you're going to take a bite out of it.
You put a bacon strip in front of me and expect me not to eat it?
Right, no, you should go ahead and enjoy it. I didn't think it was half bad.
Nah.
That's why I went for the second bite.
You know what's not half bad, but is full good?
What?
Callier and Thompson.
Oh, boy, they can make your house fully good.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe your house right now is half bad.
Yeah, not half bad.
It won't be after Collier and Thompson gets done with it.
That's right.
It's about time to update that kitchen. That bathroom that you're tired of looking at is dated. Collier and Thompson can get you squared away. Collier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the absolute best in cabinets, appliances, and countertops. When Collier and Thompson walks away, you will be super happy and have a remodel that lasts a lifetime. You know who's happy? Connie. Listen to the review she left. The entire process went well. Mark was the supervisor and always communicated with us. All the installers, including the plumbers, electricians, floor people, painters, etc., all very professional and competent. We are extremely happy with our new rooms, and that's the way you're going to be feeling too. You know why you're going to be so happy? Well, St. Louis has been happy since the 1950s with Collier and Thompson. That's when the business began. Their employees have more than 160 years of experience. They have seen it all. They have repaired it all, no matter what you need work done on. A kitchen, a bathroom, a basement, a wine room, man cave, bar, accent rooms, offices. You want to knock out some walls in the lower level. They do all of that. They also have their own painting department. They are the absolute best in town. Check out their showroom and get some great ideas. It's on Manchester out there in Baldwin. They have more than 10,000 square feet, tons of kitchen displays, bathroom displays. Get some great ideas on how to turn your home into a showplace. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come on to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
You mind if I ask a dumb question here, Doug?
Why, no.
I don't know what an accent room is. I'm not really sure what an accent room is. I'm not asking anyone to necessarily define it. I just want to say out loud, I don't know what it is.
I think maybe it's one of those rooms that you don't really use very much. It could be like houses built a long time ago always had a living room.
The great room.
Yeah, and now they're kind of smaller living rooms. You don't really need it.
Yeah.
It's just kind of an accent room.
I get that.
Maybe you sit and read in there.
Sure,
have
okay.
a
Now I can
conversation.
visualize it. I'm reading here an accent room is designed focal point using contrasting color, texture, or pattern on one of the walls.
See, I was going to say, I've had an accent wall in the past.
Okay.
Never a
where it's
full
like
room.
just like a kind of out of nowhere, just like a different kind of texture and pattern. Interesting.
Okay.
Kind of getting into real estate.
Well, Kyer and Thompson would know exactly what it
That's
is.
exactly who I'd call.
And come up with the best darn accent room you've ever seen.
We have a whole week of this hand-slapping face emoji. That comes from Tommy Boy. Well, hate to do it to you, brother. This might be the best show ever. It feels unfamiliar and clean. Kudos from the 314.
Feels clean.
Do you feel clean right now, Doug? You don't feel dirty necessarily.
Except for the taste in my mouth from the dog food. Pretty clean. You had a shower this morning. Probably going to need another one when this is over.
I had a dream last night. Tim was back. Woke up this morning very disappointed. It's from Jackson's boy
Here
body.
we go.
What do you think he's doing right now?
Golfing, probably.
Anything to listen to this presentation.
Miss him.
Your parents have one, Jackie Boyce, from a 314. Okay? It's either someone I know or just someone who likes to watch.
Voyeur?
It could have been your mom or dad.
I know their phone numbers.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, I know who's. Doug, give me an accent chest. That's from Ray King.
What does that mean?
I think it's
It's like when you shave like a geometric pattern into your
like
chest.
Producer Joe. Sometimes you
Yeah,
shave
like a
landing
chest
strip.
landing strip.
Are those necessary?
It's just fun.
Oh, I don't know how fun they
Well,
are.
variety is the spice of life.
Okay.
We'll have more variety coming up on the other side of the commercial break because that's what we're taking right now is a commercial
Oh, are
break.
we?
We're on the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. The results of the email today coming up in just a few moments. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN. It's all presented to you by Brown and Crouppen as we broadcast live from the Stiefel studios. Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use them on your bracket picks, money lines, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. Doug, I think you have a play for us tonight. What do you got?
This one is in the NBA.
Oh, okay.
We got Oklahoma City at Orlando.
Ooh.
Oklahoma City, one of the best teams in the league, averaging about 118 points a game. Orlando, good team.
Sure,
averaging
Paolo
about
Banchero.
115.
Yeah.
Yet the over-under is just 222
Too
and a
low.
half.
Too low.
That's too low.
It's too low.
They're going to go over. Take the over, Oklahoma City at Orlando.
There you go. Doug Vaughn has given you the play. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to learn more. Must be 21 and present in Missouri. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cardinals are singing and the blues will be there soon. We got Irish songs and bluegrass tunes and Lucky Symphony. It's the heartbeat of good old St. Louis. It's St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis. Well, you're lucky on the weekends and it's good for
Remember this band, Doug? This is Jig Jam.
They stood right here and
They
played
recorded this song right here, right? That mic that Chairman Kurt is using right now. That's where this song was recorded.
How did we end up having them?
Martin knew somebody who was friends with them, and they were coming to St. Louis. They did a bunch of shows in St. Louis, and
we got them.
Martin brought them in. Yeah, it was great. So, in honor, it's happy birthday again to Martin Kilcoyne. It's Martin's birthday. Happy birthday, Martin. Hope he's enjoying his vacation time. Hope Tim's enjoying his vacation time. Martin will be back on Thursday. Tim will be back on Monday. That's your update on where the fellas are at. But we're here right now. We're talking all things tournament, a little Blues hockey. We were talking some youth sports earlier with Cam Jansen. So much in there today. So go back and check it out on the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Tim's going to tell you about Schaefer Door Company right now.
Schaefer Door Company is online at schaeferdoor.com. They set up a number specifically for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. Your garage door breaks. You sit there and go, where do I go? Well, the answer is schaeferdoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster is a garage door opener that's strong, quiet, and versatile. They have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Just go to schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com, or call or text 636-782-3608. It's Schaefer Door. Schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner.
Also coming up the next week or two, opening day live broadcast at Ballpark Village, March the 26th. Doug, we will be there. BK and Ferrari will be there. Also, we'll be broadcasting live from BPV. More details on that coming soon. But it's always fun when we do the program from Busch Stadium or BPV. It's always a good time.
It's hard to believe that the Cardinals will be playing for keeps a week and 2 days from now.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
There's been like zero buzz about Cardinal baseball.
I think the WBC right now is dominating like the baseball media from a national standpoint, and I think that in part plays a role in that. But yes, I do agree that it seems like they will be starting with a stutter in a way.
You see Joe Roderick's been all over the world.
Was he in Japan?
He was in Japan, and then I think he flew directly to Miami and has been going to all the games down there.
Doug, Joe Roderick in Japan.
Who's funding all that?
Joe Roderick.
Yeah.
He just picks it up on his own dime, does he?
Well, you see, that's how his dedication.
Boy, that'd be quite the adventure.
We love that Joe Rod. Boy, going to Japan, that'd be cool, man, to go see a baseball game over there. Good for him. He was great. We saw him down there in Jupiter when we were down there for spring training.
He's got a website or something paying for all this?
I think he
we like logistics.
I think he's involved with STL Sports Central.
Sure.
So I think he was covering it for them.
Yeah. I hope he's getting free parking at all these places he's going to.
Well, I think you and I both theorized that he might have been behind the situation with our flat tire.
Could well
spring
have been.
training.
To get our free spot.
Yeah, trying to hamstring us. So maybe he was, here's this, Doug. Maybe someone paid him off for that, and he was using that money to go to Japan. Could you think about that?
Yeah.
Would you ever want to go to Japan?
Love to.
Me too, man. Mm-hmm. Tokyo? That'd be way up there on my list.
I went when I was 20.
Really?
Which by no means obviously is a child, but I was not at a mature enough point in my life where I really absorbed it and like took it all in.
Did you go to Tokyo?
Yeah, I was coaching a 15 and under Team USA team.
Nice.
I went over and played in some world games over there. It was a homestay situation, so I stayed in a Japanese family's house for the whole time.
That was cool.
And I was into the chewing tobacco at the time, and they don't sell it over there.
I wouldn't think so.
It's disrespectful to
the
spit.
Spitting, yeah.
Right? It's not something you can find.
Culturally, that can be kind of touch and go.
So we told our homestay dad, we like put it into an electronic translator. We're like chewing tobacco, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I got you." And he comes back home like a plastic shopping bag. I can tell it's full, and we thought finally we got it. And he opens it up. Nicorette gum.
Yeah.
No,
that's what you get.
Trying to get you to kick to have it.
I think it was lost in translation.
Or just satiate that thirst for nicotine.
We also ended up buying a pack of Marlboro Reds out of a vending machine on the street. They have cigarette vending machines all over the place. Oh, yeah.
While you were coaching a 15U baseball team?
Yep.
But wasn't it all clean?
I remember it being very clean.
Clean.
It's one of the most densely populated areas. Maybe the most densely populated area.
But a country that totally has its act together.
For sure. I'd love to go to Japan. I want to go to both Tokyo and rural Japan. I hear that's really cool, too. I'd love to do that. So, yes.
How big is Tokyo? Like 20 million people or something?
Something crazy like that, yeah. And it's not that, like, it's obviously big, but, like, given the amount of people, that gets very densely populated.
Oh, yeah. And there's you see pictures of people living in tubes.
Well, that's the hotels.
That's where they sleep in a tube.
That's a hotel thing. They have, you can sleep in the Tokyo population, roughly between 33 and 37 million.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Is that the biggest in the world? Mexico City's right up there, I think.
Mexico City is the biggest in
India.
North America. Biggest city by population in the world. Final guess.
New Delhi.
I'm going to stick with Tokyo.
Jakarta, Indonesia, with nearing 42 million people, which overtook Tokyo.
I really want to go to Southeast Asia.
Me too, man. I'd like to go see all that.
What do you want to see there?
It's beautiful. The pictures I've seen, it looks beautiful. I'd like to check it out. I just want to go see the world, man.
Don't say man.
I just want to see the world, man. I'm not well traveled. I want to go see the world. I also want to see the results of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which we will get on the other side of the commercial break. You are listening to The Morning After, live from the Stifel Studios. This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today. Back in action tomorrow as they take on the Calgary Flames. Pre-game at 7:30. Puck drop at 8:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After, live on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. We'll read the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today winner in just a moment, then BK and Ferrari will be with you at the top of the hour. Before we do that, Martin's going to tell us about our friends over at Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Love talking about Design Air because they're a loyal sponsor of the show, but also because I've done business with them. We had the furnace replaced last fall, and Design Air sends out their team to explain all your different options. I love learning about how you change the heating and cooling system. You also change the quality of the air in your home. There's a lot to it, and they do a great job of explaining it. Then the awesome team comes out, installs it, explains everything from top to bottom. It's a great product, and really the great people. That's what makes Design Air different. There's a lot of HVAC companies, but Design Air has a really high-quality group of people that are doing the work. You'll experience that whenever you have them in your home. This time of year, getting ready to turn on the AC eventually. Good time to have a little tune-up. DesignerService.com is the website. They are the longest-running sponsor of TMA. Love hearing your stories about your experience. I guarantee it's going to be a good one when you get online at DesignerService.com.
All right. The winner of our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for today.
Who is it?
Maker Eric Shun?
Maker Eric Shun.
I thought it was
Major.
Major Shun, middle name Eric, maybe first name Eric, has won his first win of the month of March. We got to go because we are late. So as Tim would say, bye.